I can just close the YouTube page.
It pops up a tab.
What's a new? Oh, just the.
The Zoom. I can close that.
right, welcome to the March 24th, 2022 BAR Small meeting, not virtual, it's our first time in person. My name is Lindsay Van Slambrook. The other board members present with me today are Bill Huey, Fillmore Wilson, Eddie Bello, and Glenn Gardner. The order of today's meeting will be as follows. We'll start with an introduction and overview of the project for the city staff, and by city staff for the benefit of the public and the board. This will be followed by the applicant presentation. You have a period of 10 minutes to speak and present the application. If you are speaking, please state your name first and last clearly for the record. Anyone associated with the project, such as owners, developers, consultants, property owners, etc., should speak during this period rather than during public comment. This will be followed by a period of board questions. By ordinance, the board can ask questions of the applicant at any time. By custom, we do so on the heels of the applicant's presentation. This will be followed by public comment. Both members of the public and if you're an applicant, please approach the microphone to speak so that we can hear you and you will be recorded. If you are speaking as a member of the public, please state your name first and last for the record clearly. Public comment will be followed by city staff comments and recommendations. And after that will be a applicant clarification and response period. This is not an opportunity to reopen your presentation. Rather, it's a period of time to respond to or clarify anything raised during the public comment or city staff comments and recommendations. Following the applicant response period, public comment and the applicant's presentation will be closed and we'll have board discussion and a vote. No items have been withdrawn or deferred this evening. And now I will turn it over to Franklin for some meeting protocol.
Meeting allows for in-person participation as well as public written comment. We do have some public written comment today. The procedures, the applicants, all teams, no longer been required and submit any documents in advance of the meeting. Staff will control the slide presentation that includes everything submitted by the applicant by the deadline in accordance with the submittal requirements. Applicants simply need to ask staff to advance to the next slide during your presentation. Applicants, staff, and board members are required to give their name whenever speaking. A public comment. All applications heard today are part of a public meeting format. Written public comment received by the deadline of noon the day before the meeting were provided to the board in advance of the meeting and will be acknowledged into the record and summarized. Members of the public who wish to be heard in person during an agenda's item, public portion, I shall announce their name and address for the record. Board members will be polled by the chairperson for comments and for their vote on a motion. Each member when voting should respond yay in favor or nay not in favor.
Chair shall reread the motion verbatim, and board members making the motion should correct the chair if he has not read the motion correctly.
Results will be posted on the city's webpage at www.charleston-sc.gov/BAR.
Yep, agenda item number 1 is approval of the meeting minutes from March 10th, 2022. I believe they were all uploaded. We reviewed them. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes? Do I have a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Agenda item number 2 is 63 Simon Street.
Okay, so Simon's request demolition of historic structure. This building is not rated North Central. It was built in 1922. Is in the historic materials demolition purview. A quick introduction. This is the location on 7th Street. Context of 7th Street. And these are the same war maps from 1944 and 1955, showing a little history of. Where I was not able to find a architectural survey card, I do apologize. I did look this morning. Turn it over to the applicant for their presentation.
Everything he submitted, I'm Tyler Wilson, by the way.
everything in here, so if you want me to flip to something in particular.
Yeah, not really. He just basically said for anybody in the public or in the board that we're gonna tear this house down and build a new one. Pretty much every piece of wood on the house is not salvageable, so.
My fellow board members have any questions for the applicant? All right, we'll move on to public comment. Do we have anyone speaking for the public?
April Wood, Historic Housing Foundation. Been watching this property for years now and are disappointed to see this today. By its condition, 63 Simmons contributes to the character of the neighborhood, and we strongly recommend denial of this application. For reference, historic houses to the east were in similar condition just a few years ago, and they have been successfully rehabilitated. We believe this structure can also be rehabilitated. Although costs are not factored into the VAR's decisions, we will add that the strong real estate market and this should make the rehabilitation more feasible for this property.
Thank you.
And Catherine Preservation Society of Charleston. The Preservation Society is also opposed to this request. This house is an important part of the historic streetscape, and it's disappointing that no work has been done to stabilize the building since the board's previous denial of demolition in 2017. Fortunately, however, significant historic fabric and much of the original form appear to be intact based on our observation on site today. And having seen buildings in much worse condition successfully rehabilitated, we feel confident that there is a path forward here for this historic house. So we would ask the board to deny this application and encourage efforts to be undertaken in a timely manner. Thank you.
Have anyone else speaking from the public? Frankie, if you'll give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
This project for demolition previously came before the board in September 14th, 2017. That previous motion was denial of demolition. I'm just going to run through the staff observations. The church has owned this building since 1999. We do understand there is a new owner now. Demolition was applied for once before in 2001, however, withdrawn during the BAR meeting and no vote was taken. At that point, it had been taken to liability court several times. And the applicant at the time was informed of BAR procedures and submittal requirements in a letter from the city architect dated May 10th, 2017. However, the current submission is minimal and does not provide supporting evidence for demolition. The requirement for a structural engineering report was waived. And also the previous staff comments from 2017. Essentially, this is a case of demolition by neglect. The code violations and lack of permanent activity on file for the property indicate maintenance has not been undertaken over the span of their ownership. Photographs on file from a previous application in 2021 show the house in much better condition, and it's unfortunate that the building has been allowed to deteriorate to this point. Building were removed, it would leave a void in the regular streetscape pattern and potentially make way for surface parking, which would negatively impact the streetscape and neighborhood. Staff recommendation then was denial of demolition. So for submittal now, this is one of the last building types of this kind remaining on the streetscape and should be retained. Staff agrees with previous staff comments from 2017. Various character defining features, including original form, siding, and brick piers are extant and should be repaired and retained. BAR staff recommends a full renovation and a proper preservation plan to be submitted to BAR or BAR staff for approval. Plan should include an engineering report and or a conditions assessment that goes further than the report submitted to determine what historic fabric is viable. Staff recommendation is denial of demolition.
Mr. Wilson, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or city staff comments? Public comment, the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
Homer Wilson. I am in agreement with staff's comments and recommendations. Building is in rough shape, but it is salvageable, and there is certainly a reasonable amount of historic material.
Just to add to that, it's unfortunate that the current owner, it's not necessarily their fault, but the fact that it was denied almost 5 years ago and no changes were made doesn't really help their case. I think if you go out there, it's in bad shape, but it's certainly not unrepairable. There are numerous examples all over the city of houses that have been in much worse condition that have been restored. The structural report talks about bringing the building up to current code. Most historic buildings don't meet current code, so that's not necessarily required. I understand the desire for it, but that's not really a reason to tear down a building. So I would support staff as well.
Glenn Gardner, I feel the same way. It is in rough shape, but as Eddie mentioned, we've certainly seen much worse homes and buildings rehabilitated. And just a careful, methodical procedure to do that. It is not a straightforward, everyday builder project. And I think they should come back, if they need to come back to the city with perhaps selective demolition, if there are areas that cannot be repaired and need to be rebuilt, then I would understand that. But wholesale demolition, I would not support.
I agree with staff and promise my fellow board members.
All right, well, I'll move for denial.
You have a motion on the floor for denial of demolition. Do we have a second? Vote. Bill? Glenn?
In favor?
Eddie?
Yay. Favor.
Gilmore?
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes with the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Ask one question though.
Yes, sir.
I know all y'all were there this morning. So since it's denial, is there any, do we have to go to y'all or the office to kind of bump out the stairs and make it more, because it was a duplex, the way it sits, and we're gonna make it a single family.
Okay.
Can we bump out stairs?
The roof stairs?
I can go through stuff.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, agenda item number 3 is 5 Killian Street. Thank you for giving us an introduction, please.
Structural location at 5 Courtyard Street. Existing site photos.
And some views down Killian.
Do you sandboard maps?
That's belief. Well, no, that's same one. And I will turn that over to you.
Good evening. Name is Thaddeus Miller, deacon at New Home Street Baptist Church. We own number 5 Killian Street. And it is in real terrible shape. It's gonna cost more to repair it than we can even afford. A lot of roads are deteriorating real bad. Front of it might look good, but the rest of it is just terrible. Want to, if can, front part of it, you have to leave it and then add to the church. We have the back, the church is the kitchen. Bad, but the other part of it is just terrible.
I'm Miller, I'm a member of New Home Street Baptist Church. Our congregation is very small, so we cannot afford a whole lot to have this here as such. Recommend that we would like to have it demolished, if so, if not, have to do what we have to do, but. Thanks. Pastor is here and some more.
If anyone else want to speak during the applicant presentation, you're welcome to.
Good afternoon, Clifford Brown, the pastor. We've been working together for the past 6 years, and it is urgent that this building need a series of work. We are trying, but with the COVID and the membership declining, and sickness and death, I think it's best to demolish the building.
Do my fellow board members have any questions for the applicants?
Did we establish how long the church has owned the property? How long the church has owned number 5?
We had other leadership, and they deceased fell on us, so we've been trying to do what we can, but like Pastor said, we have a few in numbers, and most of our members are senior citizens, nobody works. Funds working.
Any other board questions at this time? All right, do we have any public comment? Thank you.
And Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The Preservation Society had the opportunity to visit the site this morning, and we do recognize the challenging nature of this request. It is certainly unusual to have the most compromised section at the middle of the property, but we were encouraged to see that the building's essential form and many character-defining features are still largely intact. We encourage exploration of options, as the applicant touched on, to stabilize the intact portions of the property, namely at the front and at the rear of the building, and to explore reconstruction of the collapsed portion in the middle. Thank you.
By the Historic Charleston Foundation, we have reviewed the application. The structure and the condition and the that it's in, and we know that the church has been making efforts to improve this property for several years. Despite its condition, 5 Killian Street contributes to the historic character of the street as a historic freedman's cottage, a building type that is increasingly at risk in the city. We recommend denial of this application for demolition. However, we would not be opposed to the demolition of portions of the structure that the original structure was built. This way, the important character-defining features of the house can be retained. A newer, more up-to-date construction of the rear can be made to make the building.
Have anyone else speaking from the public? All right, Frankie, if you'll give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
This building type is a freedman's cottage, which is a significant historical resource to Charleston that BAR strives to retain. This particular style of housing reflects the culture and history of the city and its people. The adjacent house to the south, 3 Killians, is also a freedman's cottage, along with several dotting Killian Street. Therefore, losing 5 Killians would mean losing one of these significant. Union Street, directly south, features a consistent stretch of cottages, which make these a significant portion of the context. It is unfortunate that the roof is caved in and has been left unattended to facilitate deterioration. Though much damage has occurred, the essential form still exists, as well as much of the wood siding, windows, and therefore this significant Charleston building type should be restored and repaired to protect and reuse. In a rehabilitation scenario, a proper preservation plan should be submitted to BAR or BAR staff for approval. And And should include an engineer report that goes beyond the report submitted, but to determine what historic fabric is viable. Objective report such as in the submittal with a scale of 1 to 10. The tax record approximate that this building was built in 1935, but Freeman cottages were primarily constructed in the 1902 San Juan map show the one-story. And the board did receive a little information from site visit. Staff recommendation is denial of demolition with staff.
Mrs. Miller and Mr. Brown, did you all want to respond to anything raised in the public comment or city staff comments and recommendations?
My question is, where do we go from here? Because we can't afford to repair it. And I know this is becoming hurricane season. I don't know how we're gonna keep it up to keep it from falling if windstorms come or whatever. Our membership is small. We had a division in our membership about 5 years ago, and we're down to about 15 to 20 people. We've been doing dinners and whatnot, but it don't make a whole lot of money. Have, anybody to donate. Cost of numbers and everything is going up.
Mr. Miller, so a decision hasn't been made yet. That was staff recommendation, so the board will discuss it. But separately, I encourage you to reach out to April Water and Catherine Carroll with Preservation Society and Historic Charleston. They'd be a great resource to help you come up with a plan and maybe some ways you can do that.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, public comment and the applicant response period is closed. We'll move into board discussion of the time.
I'm in agreement with staff's comments and recommendations. So the form is very special. And you'd be ashamed of it. However, I do agree with comments that April made, especially about some portions of the building to the rear. Chance for approval of those. And I think the applicant stated something to that effect. So I think I would entertain that as long as a clear preservation plan was drawn up and a clear demarcation was established when those and
Bill, I tend to be on the same page with you. I'm not in a position that I feel like seeing this house disappear completely and leave the streetscape open would be appropriate. I do understand the condition of the building. So based on what April said, I too would be willing to look at an assessment, maybe a plan to demolish a portion of the building with a plan to stabilize and or rehab the balance of it. I also think I'm giving the applicants homework, but this could potentially be a really great story of partnering with the housing authority or another nonprofit to rehab this building for housing for someone who needs a home. So I think there may be creative ways to think beyond the checkbook of the church itself and its membership, and perhaps turn this into a really positive aspect of something that could happen.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. So on a purely architectural and historic preservation term, I just can't support tearing it down, but I do very much appreciate the church's value to the community, especially that part of the neighborhood. What I was thinking, and Glenn's thinking about it a little better than me, he's thinking about it in a really good way. I was thinking you could maybe sell it. Because that neighborhood is crazy right now in terms of expenses and how property values are going. Someone could buy that, or you could renovate it and rent it, and make money basically for the church. It's a small enough property that while it's not inexpensive, it wouldn't be as large of an undertaking as some of these other properties. So 1 story, you've got the front and rear facades pretty much intact. So it wouldn't be, again, we've seen it way worse. So on a purely historic preservation, PAR standpoint, I can't support tearing it down, but I do think there are lots of options. Like Glenn said, you could contact the housing authority, you could contact city. Housing and community development may have some funds for some of that. But again, in the private market, I mean, there's so many renovations in that area. You could maybe sell it off somehow, and those funds could go to the church. So it wouldn't hurt to explore that. And I, just like everybody else has said, I do support, if it helps, the stabilization to tear off some of those bad additions that have been done. Those are in the worst condition. So I'd be in support of that. And I think you could just work with staff for that. So I would just follow with what staff recommendation is for the denial.
I don't have anything significant to add. I think it's pretty well covered here. I certainly have no objection to proper survey to determine differing ages of the parts of the building. There definitely are more than one framing style in the building, and therefore more than one framing age. And a proper survey and a plan developed for what could be saved and what might be acceptable to the appropriate way to go here, but as it said, I could not, from BAR perspective, support wholesale demolition.
I have nothing to add, and really echo the comments myself. And I like where Glenn says that be a cool partnership. Charleston Housing Authority, I encourage you to reach out to them. And I also think I could support a selective demolition as long as there was a plan in place, and it was encouraged by the applicant's indication that perhaps front of the house that that's in the applicant's mind. So that's all I have.
I'll go ahead and make a motion for denial as submitted today with encouragement for the applicants to explore other options.
We have a motion on the floor for denial as submitted with encouragement to applicants to explore other options. Do I have a second? All right, I'll put it to a vote. Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
Eddie,
Yeah, in favor.
Glenn,
In favor?
Bill.
Yeah, in favor.
The chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Miller and Mr. Brown. All right. Agenda item number 4, 34 Percy Street. Frankie, if you give us an introduction.
Percy Street is requesting demolition of the historic structure. It is rated category 4 in Canterbury, Illinois, like 1885 in the Old City District. Percy Street. View of the existing house. Some context of Percy Street. Of the property card, please, when it be. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm John Allman. I represent the applicant relative to this matter. And just for frame of reference, this property has been in the Freyer family, I think, for at least 75 years. Card. It's presently titled in the name of James Frere and William Ford. Mr. Frere died in '06. The state has never been probated. I was engaged to do that. Unfortunately, his widow passed away in the last 10 days, which is another complicating factor relative to this property. William Fordham lives out of state. It's early 80s, which also is complicated as well. Nobody's lived in this property since, I believe, the early 90s, so it's been vacant for about. An unintended or uncared for during that unfortunate earlier gap in time. I got involved because the property was posted by the building court. And it made its way to Georgia, and Mr. Fordham, who called me, and I met with folks down at Lockwood to talk about the condition of the property and see what to do with it. Around the same time, the fire department posted the property and by Mr. Fordham. So there are two pending cases involving the condition of this property. Now, after one of the livability court hearings, that prompted assessment of the condition of the property, and that's when I engaged Russell Rosen to do the engineering report that's been provided to everybody, separate and apart from kind of the title issues that are really not germane to what you guys do, but certainly affect my flexibility with trying to figure out the best way to address this property. That was really the first part. And unfortunately, Mr. Rosen's report, which I think everybody has, as well as the 30 photos are somewhat definitive with regard to at least his assessment as to the condition of the property. So rather than go through the report in detail, I thought I would just kind of reiterate his kind of three central conclusions because I think they are instructive. And this is on page 6. What Mr. Rosen says is, based on his observation, very little, if any, original fabric can be salvaged or incorporated in a renovation. 2, we and our colleagues often refer to the percentage of salvageable materials. Candidly, he does not see any of the structure as salvageable. 3, in conclusion, his opinion is it must be demolished. Now, those are the findings that led us to this point. If his findings were different, we would look for different alternatives to it and try to deal with title issues. This isn't something that practically the cause of the title, because it's got 2 estates that have never been probated, can't partner with anybody. It's going to be a lengthy process before we undertake anything with regard to potential sale of this property, partnering with anybody for renovation. I think that'd be great if there was a path forward separate and apart from Mr. Rosen's findings, which frankly appear to be somewhat definitive. You all visited the property, I'll defer to it. My concern and the family's concern are really multifaceted. We've got a property that's in very poor condition. It's a fire hazard. It's a danger to the community. Their house is adjacent to it. It doesn't appear to be salvageable based on those findings, and we're not going to be in a position to do anything with the property probably for a minimum of 12 to 24 months from a title standpoint until I try and get my arms around probate and those other things, which just got even more complicated this week. Now, none of that is germane to y'all, but I know it all does kind of factor in as to none of us want to see historic structures disappear. But as we kind of balance all these factors, I'm trying to at least provide some insight as to why we made the application. It's a really tough situation. The city's concerned about it because of its location, the risk that it poses to the public. The fire department's concerned because of those same risks, but also the risk that it poses to its firefighters. And that's how we got to the opinion from Russell, trying to get a sense as to, hey, what can we really do with this property? Nobody wants to see it go away. Unfortunately, his findings are what they are. And that's kind of where we're at with it. So the family would do whatever they could. That's why they've engaged me. Mr. Frere's obviously been deceased for a long time. Now his wife is gone. Mr. Fordham, I think, is 82 and living out of state and would be here if he was capable of traveling. But that's kind of how we got to that point. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I appreciate you all hearing from me. I'll do my best to answer any questions anybody has.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. My fellow board members have any questions for the applicant?
I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
So it sounds like it's very complicated to restore the building because of the ownership issues. Who would pay for it to be torn down and removed and all that? Because that's not, it's
It's a
small cost.
It's an interesting question. I was actually asking Ms. Pino regarding that process and what resources the city has to try and address that. I know with other properties, the city has expended money in advance to do it and taken a lien on the property turn, but that's probably the step if the board was. We would have to explore that option as to what funds are available. I know that offices at the corner of King and Cannon, I know the city did some emergent measures with Reed Street to stabilize that property, but at least that's where my mind was at. So the city
Would be responsible for clearing it.
no, I don't know if the city would be responsible, but that's probably the path that I would look for as far as what options are available to the family. I've got two estates to deal with. I've got Mr. And I can certainly speak to them, but I'm so presumptuous to talk about cost or funds for those things pending today. But that's a question that I raised with city staff before.
Yeah, okay. Because the city can also put a lien on it to stabilize it. They can stabilize it with a lien just like they did at the corner of the Reed Brothers, which they've done in that neighborhood plenty of times. So it's, I guess I'm trying to wrap my head around the issue with how the family can't do certain things. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I'm trying to.
I think it's a valid point. I think we get back to Mr. Rose's findings, which are, both are, it's ultimately, we're going to go one of those two paths, depending on what the board does today, because the property is going to need attention, irrespective of what you guys do today, because it's just a risk to leave it in the condition that it's in. So whatever happens today, there'll be some course of action, whether it's minimize the risk to the public and city. And Mr. Rosen's findings are instructive as to what path he seems to think, but I'll defer to the board as to what. I tend to agree with you that irrespective of what today's outcome is, it can't languish in the condition that it's in for a couple of years. It's been this way considerably.
Okay, thank you. That was good. That's very helpful.
Any other board questions this time? All right, do we have anyone speaking from the public?
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation, with review of Percy Street. We're disappointed to see the historic structure in the neglect. By its condition, 34 Percy contributes to the historic character of the street, and we strongly recommend denial. There's several historic houses in this neighborhood in condition just a few years ago that have been successful. We believe the structure. Thank you.
Anna Catherine, Preservation Society of Charleston. We're in agreement with Historic Charleston Foundation that we are in opposition to this request. We had the opportunity to visit the site this morning, and while yes, there have been many insensitive alterations to this property, we're very encouraged to see that the buildings form and a significant amount of historic material remain intact. This single house is a fairly early survivor on Percy Street. It's certainly worth preserving for the character of the neighborhood at large. And given the level of integrity that remains, we feel confidently this building can be successfully rehabilitated, and we've asked the board to deny this request. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else speaking from the public? Frank, if you'll give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Foundations of wood siding appears to be intact beneath the ashlar pattern shingles. The majority of the windows seem to be intact, but were boarded over, so that was difficult to tell. Brick facade screen and the second for Piazza railing are not original to the house. And this was built as a sister house to 32 Percy, which was originally on the same lot. While 32 Percy has been significantly altered, it is still remaining. A comment with its connection to 32 Percy, the removal of the structure would break up the paired sister houses and will reduce the significance of the other structure. We recommend completing necessary repairs and weatherization of the building. This would include repairing the roof, installing missing or broken windows, removing vegetation and plywood on the facade, and any necessary repairs to shield the building from the elements. In a rehabilitation scenario, a proper preservation plan would be for staff for approval, including engineering report of what historic fabric is still viable. Staff recommendation for this project is denial with staff comments noted.
Mr. Altman, did you want to respond to anything raised in the public recommendations?
I don't believe so.
All right, public comment is closed as well as the applicant's presentation. I'll open it up for board discussion and a vote at this time.
Well, I'll start. I agree with staff and what, with the preservation groups. It's, you know, I remember not that long ago, many houses on that block were in very similar condition. And I understand there's some complications with ownership, but that's really not a reason to tear down a building that, to me, has significant historic fabric and contributes to the public right of way. And I very much respect Mr. Rosen, but as I read his report, it didn't sound like he was able to access much of the interior. And it sounded like he was just sort of going on his best guess. And again, I trust him, but I'm a little skeptical that it was as comprehensive as it could have been based on other stuff he's done. So I don't want to disregard the structural report, I guess is what I'm saying. But I think the value to the city and to the street is too important to let it be torn down. So I would agree with staff.
Eddie, I'm with you on this. I typically agree with Mr. Rosen, but I respectfully disagree with his assessment on this building. I think a lot of the building really has been preserved underneath the probably 1960s or 70s siding that was put on top of all of the old wood. And I think this building is very, very much able to be saved and rehabbed. Unfortunately for the applicant, I understand it is a cloudy, messy ownership situation. And so I certainly have sympathy for the owners who remain in having to deal with it, but they also have a piece of property and home on their hands that is likely worth a lot of money. And when they figure out how to deal with it legally, I think they will be rewarded for having held on to it. So I think they just need to let you continue to do your job and iron this out for them as quickly as possible.
I'm in agreement with my fellow board members and the staff, and with all due respect to Mr. Rosen. I think the building appears to be, from the exterior, fairly sound. It seems quite true and on its foundation. And certainly there's a lot there to say on form and windows and siding and trim details. And, appreciate the legal complexities, but Eddie said from a VAR issue, I could not support wholesale demolition of this property.
All right, so I'll make a motion for denial of demolition.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for denial of demolition. Do I have a second?
Second.
Bill,
Yeah, in favor.
Glenn,
Yeah, in favor.
Eddie,
Yeah, in favor.
Fillmore.
Yea, in favor.
Chair votes with the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Altman.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, Agenda item number 5 is 65 Berry Street, and I am recused for this one, so Glenn. Pass responsibilities to you.
Is there anything that I need to read out of there?
No.
Thank you.
Berry Street is requesting demolition of historic structure. It is not rated in Carlson Village, circa 1962 in the old and historic district. Photos, location on Berry Street.
Jennings.
Just let you know what side you want. Thank you. I'm Ashley Jennings. I'm representing a client who's actually approached Mr. Abdo about purchasing the property. This is located on Berry Street. You can move forward to the next slide. Very narrow lot. It's an existing ranch or circa that time period. I don't want to call it a true ranch. It's not as interesting as a typical ranch. But it's oriented really weird and odd too. The front door is on the side rather than you can see that the face that faces Berry Street, the garage on it. This portion of the property, the reason they're using more maps is because the last more map we have from 1951 indicates this was water. So this structure was here in 1951. We're here tonight to ask for demolition because of the nature of the building being where it is. It sits below base flood elevation right now. To do anything to the structure, you have to raise it a full story in the air. And because of the nature of the structure, as a ranch type structure, raising a full story in the air would really kind of compromise any integrity of the structure whatsoever. In addition to that, we didn't do a structural report, but the scour under the building is pretty terrible right now. There's evidence of some healables that have been added over time. I think that that's something that could be corrected if the property was something that was salvageable. But anyway, and you can scroll through the photographs and you can see, or the drawings, and you can see the relative, the design flood elevation on the elevation. Here, that design flood elevation comes about almost to the top of it. Or the top of the bottom, the bottom of the top section. And that's it. Does anybody have any questions?
Any more questions? Thank you, Ms. Jennings. Do we have public comment? If there is no public comment, we'll hear city recommendation.
Staff observation, ordinance section 54-240, paragraph B states in reviewing an application to be demolished or demolished in part or removed or alter the exterior architectural appearance of any existing structure, the Board of Architectural Review shall consider, among other things, the historic, architectural, and aesthetic features of such structure and the nature and character of the surrounding area, or culturally important use of such structures and the importance to the city. Comments, the National Park Service standard for buildings that are considered historic is 50 years or older. That currently being 1972, 65 Berry is within the guidelines for a structure that is considered historic and should be considered part of our historic fabric. Mid-century residential structures within Charleston represent post-World War II development and the expansive period of growth during that time. Ranch houses characterize the changing needs for American families. The ranch house still retains some of its character-defining features, such as brick exterior, an integrated chimney, and cornice showing its colonial revival style detail. While the age of the structure does make it historic fabric, the building does not orient itself to the public right-of-way due to the area, and a large portion of what faces the public is a double-wide garage door. Halsey Street, just north of 65 Berry at the time of construction, continued across Berry Street, showing that the house would have originally been built oriented toward that street. later changed when Halsey was infilled between Halsey Boulevard and Berry Street. With the exception of a Craftsman bungalow, the context of the immediate neighborhood included multiple. Staff recommendation is approval of.
Frankie. Ms. Jennings, do you have any reply to the comment?
No.
Thank you. That takes us to board discussion.
Does not contribute to the historic district, and I move for approval.
Is there a second?
Eddie
The
Bello,
presentation was longer than the discussion.
Eddie Bello has made a motion for approval. Philmar Wilson has seconded that motion, and we'll come to a vote. Bill? Philmar? Yeah, in favor. Eddie?
Yeah, in favor.
And the chair votes in favor, with majority, 4-0 in favor of the motion. Thank you.
All right, agenda item number 6, 56 Morris Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction, please.
56 Morris is representing them to review of alterations to the porch structure and the addition of the second story. The structure is not rated in Harrisburg, Elliceboro, in the Polk City District. Structure's location on the corner of Felix and Morris Street. Right? And some context views, looking down Moore Street. Corner of Moore Felix Street. And these are from Jim ownership. With that, I will turn it over to the applicant. And your sample is on the table if you'd like to pass it around to the board.
Yes, thank you. Go ahead and get that going. Get some time to work. Post exterior cladding. It's a cedar. Hello, my name is Luke Jarrett. I'm from Synchronicity. I'm the architect representing this project. First of all, let me just say I'm excited to be back here in person. It's been a long time. These meetings. It's good to be back. We're here today to talk about 56 Morris Street. We are submitted for preliminary approval. We were here just a couple of meetings back, so I won't go too far into detail on the actual project. Basically, what we have is a client that purchased the structure, and they asked us to try to help them come up with a way to make it not just usable, but commercially viable. They contracted with a historic group to perform a study on the building, and the findings were very informative for everybody involved. A lot about this building and its amazing past. It's one of those structures that is architecturally not really very significant, and the building is very simple. Culturally, this building is a wealth of really, really great parts of Charleston, and really excited about this building. Came forward with the design. We realized that we needed to increase some of the square footage for the structure to kind of make it a viable project. It's been sitting vacant for a really long time. No one's really been able to come up with a way to make this building work. Previous proposals included demolition and construction of village housing, which they absolutely didn't like. We felt that that was also very inappropriate. So we came forward with a design where we strove to maintain as much of the existing structure as humanly possible and create an addition on the roof to try and accomplish a little bit of an increase in program and to allow us to have this building to be a mixed-use structure. Previously, this building done a lot of things. One of the most culturally significant one was the presence of a restaurant, the Brooks Cafe, that served the Brooks Motel across the street and the neighborhood, gathering place for the whole community, and one of the very few places in Charleston where people could eat and hang out and be accepted at a period of time when our city was not as friendly towards everybody. So really exciting to be a part of this project. Presented this thing to you last time, and we received some comments from the board. I think the primary comment was that they wanted to see a little bit more work done to address the Felix Street streetscape and just modulate some of the elements of the building to kind of bring the impact down a little bit. So done that. Also in the meeting, we had a chance to Conservation Society with one of the family members of the Brooks family, Miss Murphy, who spoke in the previous meeting. Since that, we were able to have a meeting in our studio with the Preservation Society and Ms. Murphy and kind of talk about her concerns for the project and hear her out as to, things that she was seeing that she wasn't really excited about. And I think we really had a great meeting and we learned a lot about the legacy that she sees for her family in this site. And it's something, again, that we're extremely excited about. And our client also really likes the idea of embracing that. So we're moving forward with a couple of proposals to try to make sure that the legacy of this building and the family that created it will also move along as this building is rehabilitated. Revisions to the building, I think you can pick a lot of them up from here. Actually, if you could go to one of the elevation drawings before and after. I can really work from there. Farther to the side. Yeah, this will be good. So first and foremost, the revisions to the interior program and the structure were kind of small. We made a reduction to the usable square footage. The biggest move we made was to recess the exterior wall of the second floor addition, full 3 feet back from the inside face of the parapet of the CME wall on Felix Street, to provide some of that relief and bring down the massing of the second floor addition a little bit more. We also were asked to look at some of the heaviness of the banding element, the awning element on the second floor. And we reduced that 6 inches to just a 6-inch fascia board. And then if we could skip forward, where we could see the Felix Street elevation. And then the other thing that we did was that you can see on the left-hand side of the building, that's the entrance for the second floor component there. So we also reduced that element a good bit and used the same basic opening from the front of the building, just moved it around back. So we were able to really reduce the presence of that element. And now we are asking also to have a window, but I believe that window was there existing. If you could kick back one slide, please. Yeah, there we go. So there's 2 original window openings that are boarded up on that side, and we're going to reestablish them both and then relocate our utility and have our second floor entrance back there. We feel like that's a nice, appropriate. The material we pass around is the Suzuki bond sample for the exterior cladding. We propose to use that for the cladding and for the trim for the elements that we constructed above. Also, you'll see in this this design, after working with Preservation Society and Ms. Brooks and our client, we were very excited to be able to put the historic ironwork grates back on these windows on the outside. We weren't sure if we wanted them on the inside or the outside, but we believe that the system that we've had to employ to do, we have to dry flood proof this structure. You can see the base flood elevation plus 24 is a good bit up the wall on the first floor. So we're going to be asking to employ some dry flood proofing systems around these openings. It's a little further in the set. We'll see it in a minute. But luckily, that system should not have a problem working in harmony with these existing grates. So we were considering we might have to put them on the inside, but luckily that doesn't appear to be the case. So those will be restored and reinstalled. Those are Philip Johnson works they were given to the family. There's a great story about it. I wish I had more time, but really neat meeting. So then, yeah, the final element that you're going to see here is you can skip forward to the detailed sheet. We have our materials. We are asking to use a hydro defense flood plank system. It's something that we've had approved previously at BAR. The system is effectively angled flanges fastened to the exterior of the building on the outsides of the openings to the height of the flood. And then there are planks that are able to be stacked in the times when the structure needs to be protected from a potential flood situation. elected to actually include these. I believe the flood line cutoff is not all the way above some of these openings, but we're asking that we're allowed to continue that detail all the way up the openings, just so that we don't have a weird break in there. And we thought that finishing those in the same color as the storefront window systems would help them be minimally visible. Get to a rendering, you can see they do have a little bit of a profile. And I really apologize. I think that yeah, the very last few sheets will show that. I think the first or second, sorry, the second perspective. They might not. There was a little bit of a conflict, and I apologize for that with the files that came over. You can probably tell from the elevations, but you know, the flanges are about 3 inches wide. They have a little bit of a profile, and they give a little bit of a shadow line, but they're the least impactful system that we can find, and mandatory that we do provide dry flood proofing for the structure. This concludes my portion of the presentation. I'll be happy to have any questions. Thank you very much.
I feel like board members have any questions for the applicant.
I've got two quick questions on the floodproofing, Luke. So is it only at the door openings, or are they around the windows too?
We have to have them on the windows.
Yeah, I couldn't tell. And so you don't have a detail showing how that works. I'm familiar with it, but I'm interested. Does the flange stay on all the time?
Correct.
So that's going to be there.
Correct.
And you drop the
And
panels
then,
in.
yeah, there's the blocks that drop in.
Did you look at any other solutions for that? The flange doesn't always look that great. You can sometimes just have the little buttons.
We're not married to this system. You know, it's the least impactful one that we've found that we've actually been able to use on existing kind of construction. We're going to be needing to augment this existing masonry wall from a structural standpoint to withstand the forces that'll be applied. Absolutely not married to it. If there's a lower profile system, and we'd be happy to restudy that, you know, moving forward.
Just asking. And then on the Philip Simmons ironwork, the prior owners just have that line around the house somewhere? Or were these on the windows? I mean, where did they come from? They're not on there now.
Yeah, this is a little bit of my fault. Once we found out that those were Philip Simmons ironwork pieces, I recommended that the owner secure them. The building is just kind of sitting out there. It gets vandalized a good bit. And we've worked on projects before where Philip Simmons pieces have gone missing once people are aware that that's what they are.
So they were on the building and they're now stored on site somewhere?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So they're to be reinstalled, but yeah, we have them all. They're intact. There's 2 of them.
Okay, thank you.
Question. Sure. The cedar sample for cladding, is it treated in some way? I was looking on the nomenclature, I couldn't find it quickly.
The wood substrate is a western red cedar, which is intrinsically mold rot and insect resistant, and then the finish coating is a permanent finish. So no, it's not pressure treated wood, but the material itself is very stable, long-term material.
Yeah, I know, I've heard the material. It is good. It's it can also be treated. This is a rough climate for.
So to that point, Luke, I had 2 questions as well. Is that a true burned finish, or is it a factory applied finish?
And this is the first time we've used this project. We're working with a millwork company. This is an actual Shoshugibon burn finish product.
I will just politely tell you to be careful because I've seen it fail here in our climate. The burning process will, open up cracks in the wood. Now, the one I've seen done may have been overflamed. I don't know, but it failed miserably within 2 years. So it was pretty for about a month and then had to be replaced. So I think you need to be really just investigative on that. And I think the one I'm familiar with was cedar. So I was curious if maybe there was a factory providing that finish in a more controlled environment, because the one that was done on the peninsula before was done on site.
Oh, do you mean is the wood itself delivered to the site completely ready to go?
Right.
That's correct.
Okay, yeah, so there might be a difference, and I would just make sure that there's some warranty or, understanding based on the amount of it appears you're using. Secondly, do the Philip Simmons panels play along with the floodproofing? Are they inset beyond the panels. I just wanted to make sure that those two could coexist and you don't have to pull the panel, the grates off every time there's a flood. And on that block, I'm sure these flood panels will go up from time to time.
Hopefully not. My office is right around the corner here too. And I know ours aren't as significant as the ones we're looking at here. Yeah, luckily the ironwork is recessed into the masonry opening. So we got a CMU wall, and so that's going to be in place. So it's in plane or slightly behind plane with the exterior wall. And the floodproofing system will nest directly up against the exterior wall and press flat. So they should be protected and behind that. If for some unusual reason that's not, I mean, that's a requirement for what we're doing in our design. So we will have a system that will work in that manner. If we're able to find another system that's a little less intrusive, we would like to, for that particular item, have a little latitude, potentially work with staff, to find the right piece. But I understand what you're saying. When these things are reinstalled, again, they'll need to be installed in a way so no one can come by and snatch them off the building. So they're not going to come back now.
Question similar to what because it was, how far recessed are the flanges?
I don't have an exact measurement for that. We went out and viewed the existing condition, but I don't have a detailed drawing. I'm looking here at one of my renderings where we have it shown. I mean, the ironwork is mounted into the interior face of the CMU. The windows are just past. I mean, we would need to have an embed of at least more than an inch, just so that the fasteners for the ironwork are going to be able to be far enough back from the face of the CMU so it wouldn't fracture when we reinstall them. So
with the flood flanges. Street side of all of that.
The flood panel flanges mount directly to the face of the CMU on the outside face.
Faces.
That's correct.
Not inside the jams.
No, because the panels are dropped in from the top. So they sit proud, 3 inches out from the sides there. A little bit of a visual element.
And I've seen that system before.
Yeah. No, when you see it. Yeah. You see it.
Any other board questions? Move on to public comment.
I'm Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. Since the previous review, the Preservation Society has appreciated the opportunity to meet with the applicant and Ms. Jean Brooks Murphy, who, as mentioned, is the daughter of former building owner Mr. Benjamin Brooks, who was also the co-operator and owner of the Brooks restaurant for many years with his brother Albert. Through these conversations, we were able to confirm that the Philip Simmons ironwork is original to the building, and notably that Mr. Simmons himself dined at the Brooks restaurant almost daily for many years. In addition to the restoration of the ironwork, we are encouraged by other revisions reflected in the preliminary drawings, including setting the second floor addition further back from Felix Street and reducing the size of the proposed storefront at the rear. We look forward to continuing to work with the applicant and the Brooks family as this project progresses, and we're pleased to offer our assistance in facilitating on-site historic interpretation to ensure that the significant story of this building is told for generations to come. Thank you.
Anyone else speaking from the public? Please do give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
May I have a second as a response really quickly? And one thing I neglected to discuss in my presentation, we're also talking with potentially locating some type of signage element on the exterior of this building. We're working with the family to come up with something that might. There's a note in our drawing that shows that that's what that is. That would be approved at a later date once we have a chance.
Previous staff comments. While it is unusual to see an addition over an existing building, the proposed new portion contrasts with the existing building in material, texture, and color, and is recessed. Architecturally, it harmonizes the style with the existing. While the dark shade of the Shoshugibon cladding complements the dark anodized column proposed for the storefront elements, it may feel overwhelming and heavy. This is mitigated at more street elevation because of its recess considerably, lightened with a large portion. However, the Felix Street facade glazing is only applied for about half the span of the new addition. Board should deliberate on the color and visual weight of the proposed tissue. Its subordination to the existing. Sugar bond is not yet widely used in Charleston. It is a durable material, however, the char can fade with water and UV exposure. Proper maintenance and oiling are required to maintain a consistent, especially where wall portions receive inconsistent weathering due to ease and overhangs. Those simple awning coordinate with the design sufficiently to focus on the access points and do not distract from the building. Felix Street entry is a new entry and removes historic fabric. Its design causes it to be more prominent than the existing entries on Morris Street, and one to remain and the one to be altered into a service window. The building was once split north-south instead of east-west. We recommend minimizing the Felix Street entrance in favor of historic opening. Awning and overhang at the second floor is very thick and has a heavy appearance. The height should be reduced. Building was listed in the Green Book as a safe place for African Americans prior to the Civil Rights Movement. So
Care should be taken.
building. The Felix Street, the second story addition is to be pushed back from the parapet of the original. Impact. Current staff comments. Staff appreciates the reuse of the wrought iron window grates, and the adjustment in the second floor facade helps to lighten the addition and minimize its impact. Comments: while proposed awnings at the windows align with the awnings at the storefront, the current rendering may appear to be very high and shallow at the windows to be effective and appear disconnected. Staff just recommends lowering. And the equipment screening on the roof should coordinate with the structure in either material or coloring. Those hydro defense floodplain face jams extend beyond the exterior wall face. While materials are reviewed at the preliminary review level, applicant should describe the thickness and profile of these fins because staff recommendation is for preliminary approval with final review by staff.
Jared, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or city staff comments? All right, I'll open it up to board discussion and vote at this time.
Just a couple of comments, similar things about issues with potential issues with the siding. I believe staff had a good summary. UV degradation and weathering. A material with the mandate maintained properly, but pretty rough if it's not, but that's right. And I do have reservations about the brackets. I would like to think that I'll get to look at maybe I could support staff's recommendation with comments, but I personally would like to see that portion of alternate.
Well, I'll just kind of continue on that. I think it's an excellent design. I really think it's very well thought out. I like the materials. I agree that any material, they could have stained cedar up there. And, you know, if you don't maintain it, it looks terrible. That's not really, you know, can't control something down the road. So I think the material is a great material. I think the response from last time, I happened to be on the board last time, and you responded to the board comments. So the only worry I have are those flood panels. The scale of the building is so small. If you have these big angles on there, I just don't think it's gonna look very good. I think it's gonna change the nature of what y'all are trying to do. So I would, and it's tough to retrofit flood panels on an existing concrete block building. I don't know how you're gonna do that. You're gonna have to fill concrete in there somehow. So there may be an alternate thing. So I would be okay with that being handled with staff. I disagree with staff comment number 2. I actually like where the awnings are. Yeah, they might not be as efficient because they're a little higher up, but That's not our problem. I think aesthetically, they look where they ought to be. Now, if I'm standing under that door and I get wet, that's gonna be the architect's fault, but that's not my role here. It's how does it look? And I think it looks great. I have one request of the architect. If you could go to the Felix Street elevation, existing. Not that one, yeah, the elevation he has. One more, right there. All right, this is just me. You don't have to do this, but.
larger one, a little
Well, this is all I want to see. This has always been this funny, quirky character, how the paint goes down so it aligns with the front. Would you study keeping that?
Okay.
Right now, you bring it down, and it's just, I've always remembered that building having that odd, it's part of the character about that little thing. So if you would keep that, I think it would be nice. But overall, I really like the design. I think it's very sensitive and it certainly respects the historic, somewhat historic, small little building. So I'm fully in support.
I'll be brief, Luke. I think this has made great progress, and I at first was hesitant to see the degree of alteration of the building, but at the same time, the building's been sitting here vacant for. I lived around the corner from this 20 years ago, and it was vacant and derelict then. So it's time for something to happen to it, and I think. While it may not be sensitive, I think it is appropriate and does respectfully leave the majority of the first floor existing and visible as a testament to the past. And I am appreciative of where we've gone with the knowledge of the Phillips Simmons ironwork. I appreciate the material, the Shishugi bond. I am intrigued by it. I've always loved it. I just make sure that, it will stand up properly. And I hope so, because I like it. It may be the factory finish that makes all the difference in the world as opposed to attempting to do it on site. And then finally, I feel the same way about flood panels. I think that one item for me is a holdout. I think that needs to be restudied and clarified with staff, but I'm comfortable with staff handling that with you.
Hopefully the material works because we've got an entire building we designed on upper meeting. So hopefully we'll find out, right? Well, I'll move for approval, preliminary approval with final details of staff with restudy of the flood panel system at staff level to make it less intrusive. Hopefully there's an option that doesn't require applying angles to the exterior. And I will not pick up comment number 1 about changing the awnings, because I think the awnings are fine like they are.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor for preliminary approval with staff comments 1 and 3 and a board comment to restudy the flood panels.
No, it's comments 2 and 3.
2 and 3.
Yeah, sorry, I should have said that.
And a board comment to restudy the flood panels to be less intrusive. Do I have a second?
Second.
Vote, Bill?
Yay in favor.
Eddie?
Yeah, in favor.
In favor.
Your vote to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Jarrett. Okay, agenda item number 7, 138 and 140 Wentworth Street. Frankie, you'll give us an introduction, please.
Wentworth Street is requesting final approval for alterations to the historic house, new side porch of the house, and the new construction of the pool house. Hardscape alterations are included. Your structures are rated by categories 1 to 3. Charleston Village, circa 1840, and the old and historic district. The existing site. And some context of Wentworth Street. And then Sanborn maps from 1804 and 19. turn it over to the applicant.
Rachel Lucas Boyd with Boyd Architects, project is 138 and 1. We're also requesting a 5-minute extension to attendant speaking time since we are sharing a presentation with Charles. Here's the survey showing the historic structure in the front, historic octagonal backhouse to the rear, and a detached garage at the rear completed in the 1980s. Let's get ahead to page 8, please, the site plan. The previously proposed site plan showing the new pool house. Next page. The revised final site plan. The one thing you'll note is the exterior stair placement at the historic bathhouse has been modified so that it is no longer within the board's purview. That would be our staff following the last board meeting to confirm that the new location. They advise us that the bathhouse should be removed from the scope of this presentation. They will approve it at a staff level during permitting. Next page. So here's the existing first floor plan. Next. Previously proposed first floor plan. Next. Finally, this is the revised final first floor plan. BAR staff advises to only show previously approved conceptual / preliminary drawings if there's a change between the drawings, and there aren't very many changes this time around, as you'll see. In the case of the first floor plan, there's just one minor change, and that change is clouded, and it is the elimination of a window on the rear facade, not visible from the street, and this is due to water intrusion issues mostly. There are no changes to the previously approved second floor or roof plan, so let's skip ahead to page 17, if you will. So here are the existing detached garage floor plans. Next page. And those plans, you will see there's no changes from the previous submission. So for the elevations of the main house, there are no changes except for 2 minor changes on the north and west facades. So let's skip ahead to page 24. So this is the previously proposed north elevation. The revised final north elevation, so it shows the elimination of that rear facade window not visible from the street. Next page. So here's the existing west elevation. Next. And the previously proposed. Next page. So here's the revised final west elevation. We have simply added the engaged Piazza floor trim to the elevation above the new side porch. No further changes. Next page. Here's the previous rendering of the new side porch for reference. Here's the revised, showing no recessed lights at staff's request. You'll remember that the new side porch height is set by the existing engaged column capitals. Here are the garage elevations. Again, we have no change. So let's skip ahead to page 39 of the new pool house.
This is the one new building on the property. Plans and elevations, the next few sheets are, nothing has changed since the last submission, just further detailed and annotated, so you can skip it. And then they should end up. That render that we've already seen. Again, nothing has changed. Refresher, so we can go to the next slide. For how the wall sections and details have been developed. The wall section on the left is through one of the spaces, and the wall section in the middle is dog trot. Brick and roofing specifications are noted here, and they are throughout the whole site. The flooring inside and outside dog trot is continued and up onto that new side portion of the video. These are details for the new garage canopies. You see the custom metal brackets, and again, it's simple, but the radii tying back into some of the greenhouse. Thing again matches that of the house. New side porch. This is a plan in RCP. You can see that it's essentially aligned with the existing engaged columns. And then the columns are evenly distributed after that. Next slide. Large elevation and wall section showing some of the metal work we're looking at, and also how we're detailing that that last time at keeping the porch beam thin. So we switched from a shed roof to a hipped roof. If we go to the next page, we can details how to go. You can see there's kind of two conditions for tying that roof into the existing structure. The first is where the section is essentially a shed roof before it hips down. That ties into the existing flashing that's on that Piazza trim, that engaged Piazza trim in the floor. And then the second detail shows how we're reglet essentially coming down on an angle along that Piazza trim that we can then tie the architecture, so we'll pass it on to
Charles Quinn, representing Remark Studio, J.R. Kramer, managing partner at Remark Studio, also joined us from the audience. I just want to say thank you to the board for having me tonight and for considering our application. This has been an exciting project from the start, buying these two lots into a single family program. And, you know, much like Boyd's, our set has not changed very much since we received conceptual approval. In fact, I believe the only change that would be within BR purview is the some of the gravel drive has been replaced with tatting concrete. Here are some of the existing material that we're saving. We'll be removing a significant amount of the existing concrete, increasing the pervious lot coverage by some of the vast amount of concrete. Significant change from bear with me. Here you can see where we gravel. And the other thing that we'd like to present established or embellished at the conceptual level is the new drive gate, which you can go ahead to the final page. We're going to be proposing to replace the non-historic iron gate at 140 Wentworth with this new wood fencing for privacy. There are quite a few examples of these in the halls of the neighborhood. I believe that concludes it for my presentation. Highlighted the points that have changed since conceptual. Thank you.
Do my fellow board members have any questions for the applicants?
I just have one about the wood drive gate, if you don't mind. I thought I understood it when we reviewed this before, but so the wood drive gate, I understand, is replacing that western gate, but does it go anywhere? Or what is it doing? And why is it a driveway gate if there's not a driveway?
Oh, no, I mean, it's not moving necessarily. The owners wanted to preserve the kind of streetscape that's there. You know, that house has not been there since Hurricane Hugo at that lot, but the owners would like to preserve the kind of sense, that rhythm of lots. And so we're having that, and it's largely for privacy. You know, the actual movement of the gate is not actually the priority here. Aesthetic thing first, rather than building a wall.
See, it looks like very shallow, yeah. Over the cornice profile.
At some point, is there gonna be a regular cut into the profile section? Not gonna happen until you get.
We imagined that some. You're talking about the thicker part of it, because the profile is the whole thing, really. But you're talking about a big chunk on the top.
Correct.
All right, do we have anyone speaking for the public?
Enclosure Historic Chelsea Foundation. HCF has reviewed the request for final approval. And for reaching out to us, and we're pleased to see the applicant has responded. We understand that the bathhouse stair has been relocated to be outside the VAR purview as recommended at the last hearing and confirmed by staff. We have no objection to the stair being hidden from the public right of way, but we want to be on the record that we were hoping that the stair could have been designed to wrap around the bathhouse like the previous application. We also have concern that should the driveway gate be activated in the future, the proposed stair would then become highly visible from the.
Have anyone else speaking from the public? Frankie, if you'll give the city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Previous motion and staff comments. Conceptual approval of 2 alterations to main house with staff comments and denial of the exterior stair at bathhouse with the board comment for restudy. Most of the majority of these staff comments have sort of been described as the applicants went through their presentation, so I'm not going to. Observation, that house here has been restudied and there. My study to staff show that it is outside of sightwise from public rights of way. Staff comments, staff appreciates the balance of the additional pendant lights on the side porch and the retention of window replacements should better match the original size of openings. We noticed in the photos match up very well. So we were just hoping that what you replace the windows is, there's a note of replacing windows. Staff recommendation is preliminary approval with final review by staff.
The applicants want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or city staff comments and recommendations.
Elaborate a little bit on the window replacement. The photos that you provided, we were looking at
Determine the age of the windows if they were truly not original. And it looks some of the existing windows don't fit in the openings very well. So we were just hoping that that could be better matched.
Gotcha. All right, we'll move into board discussion and a vote at this time.
I just have 2 points, and I don't think either of them comes as a big surprise. Number one, I remain opposed to the bathhouse stair. I'm not
fully convinced that it's invisible from the public realm. We did a walk around of all the public right of way. And I just don't think this is the best, most creative solution, and I think you can do better, to be honest with you. It shouldn't come out at an angle, and it creates a really funky, inappropriate scenario. And then secondly, I am a little concerned about the driveway gates. That in the previous review, I didn't really understand that, you know, we're being sold on a garden lot, and I don't know what garden lot needs a full double set of driveway gates and a pedestrian gate. It just doesn't quite make sense to me. So I think that needs some rethought and restudy with regard to that open access. And I understand that was once and may still remain a separate property. But I don't think the visual cues to the street of it being a double driveway gate and a pedestrian gate read to do justice to your plan. They're detailed nicely, I'll say that. I mean, we said that before, but I don't agree with what they're doing.
And in regard to the driveway gates, I'll let skip the design, the concept of putting those driveway gates there. Leave that to Mr. Gardner. But if they ever, my understanding is that they are fundamentally non-active, but potentially active. Was that the answer to your question that you asked earlier? Yes. In that case, but those gates are 7 feet wide, tall, and they're wood and mortise and tenon construction with no internal or diagonal bracing that I could find. If they ever became considerably active gates, I think have a long life. I think they would sag. And I'm a little concerned about the gates and the width proposed in the construction method, because I think that would result in problematic. And I have to agree with Glenn on the stair, even though technically it's not in our purview. I am disappointed at that end result of that stair.
And I mean, I would take issue with it being in our purview, because the wood solid gates aren't up yet. And the stair location is fully within our purview at this moment.
I wasn't here last time. Can you show on the site plan where the wood gates are going? I'm confused. There's several gates on here. I walked around the site today.
The non-historic ironwork between the brick columns.
Right at the back of the sidewalk?
Do you mind showing?
Oh,
You can
sure.
walk up and
Yeah,
show.
I'm looking at your colored side.
Right down here.
So they open into a plant bed on their plan.
The colored one, there's no gates. It just shows bushes. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong page.
I think I'm looking at what you're.
I'm
I thought
looking
that
at
they
the
were at the
site plan
driveway.
L103. Put that one on there, please.
That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, so where are the gates on this?
Well, to really see them, you would have to zoom in. I mean, we're not, we are showing a swing on the pedestrian door, but we're not showing the swing on the drive gate.
Oh, I see.
There are
I see it now.
no plans for.
New wood
that.
gates to replace. So that's really a fence.
It is really.
Okay.
I mean, we would like to build it. If necessary, if they needed to get a truck back there for whatever reason during construction.
Well, you got a gate next to it, so you don't need that. So Glenn, what's your issue with putting gates there?
Well, my issue is
Or
that the gates
fence.
don't go anywhere per their plan, and their plan is nice. And so I don't know why the wall is non-historic.
Would you be opposed? I mean, I understand they're putting the pool in, you'd want a little privacy. Do you have any issue with some kind of just nice looking wall that matches their design?
Not at all. I think my thing is
Wood is fine to me.
this whole project has been about unifying two properties. And we're being left with one vestige of a non-historic, not great wall out front that has some big urns on top of it. And
I think now might be the moment to connect this garden property together so that it feels all appropriate as one.
So you're more concerned about the brick wall that's there now? Not being,
No,
I missed the
concerned about
first
the gates
go round.
being irrelevant.
Okay,
I have no issue, I don't think,
Basically a faux representation.
yeah, I get that, yeah. So I guess all I'm saying is, yeah, so I agree, don't make it look like a gate, it's not a gate, just have a really nice fence or whatever, yeah, wall, whatever. Is that what you're saying?
I think a pedestrian gate to get in there, even wide enough for, lawnmower or whatever, is totally fine and appropriate.
Okay.
But I think an additional access way, if something changed in life and there was something built there in the future, the curb cut is all still there. I don't think you're asking to give up the actual curb cut in the right of way. So you could ask in 10 years to go back and put a gate back there. It would all still be new construction. I just don't think that portion accurately fulfills your vision.
Yeah, I think they're showing it as a fence more than a gate anyway. So,
The client was really strong in that they wanted to have that element. They didn't want to go back with ironwork.
yeah,
They didn't want to go back with a wall. So that was the idea, was having that wood structure.
okay.
It was very client driven.
Well, I'll defer. Glenn, you've been looking at this a lot longer than me. I'll just comment again. I wasn't here last time, but I think the side porch is very elegantly designed. I really like that. I was going to say, you've got this very low hip, and unless you make that out of copper, it's going to be pretty hard to get that to be watertight because it's below, and there's some issues. You're leading the witness with, you're going to cut through. You're not really going to see that. And so it might just be good just to have a flat roof. It's a TPO or something, and it solves everything. I don't know if the board said don't do that last time. Oh, well. I mean, their design is what you're going to see out there is you're going to read what they came up with, which is this very elegant steel structure. And I would be in support if basically you just take that roof and flatten it out. But that's contrary, so I can't do that. I will say, I like the details, but you need to think about using steel shapes. And like a tube is rounded, and those angles that you have are rounded. I mean, you're showing them as very square, hard edges, but if you get an angle, it's not going to look like you like. And so you might want to explore aluminum, because with aluminum extrusions, you get that angle. So just as it's really a BAR comment, but I just think what you're trying to do would be more successful, maybe. But I like those details a lot. I think it's very well done. Yes, please.
Well, that was it.
Oh, about the flat. Well, so I don't want to contradict. I mean, it's hard. I come here once in a while, so I don't want to contradict the board. If there's a lot of discussion, maybe you can enlighten me, Bill, about why.
Bring up the point of the roof. I've commented previously. I think what
Yeah,
it
comment
was,
about
is that,
detail.
I believe if I remember correctly, the whole sort of low pitch shed, if you will, was telegraphing a profile down the driveway.
Yeah.
And the idea was to have a uniform thickness around via hip. You're talking about a flat roof.
Yeah, or a very low slope hip. That's basically
That's
again. That's what I would have done, not out of metal.
Staff comments for James from Lighten.
Okay. All right.
I agree with you that I'm not a little putting through that detail.
I wonder if it'd be possible, they have a detail at the top for the hip, and it bridges over the top of that little cornice. That can carry over to the point where it below the, can go to a regular.
Yeah,
Is that what it's proposed? I think that's, basically, sorry, I don't know.
You could go to the
I
mic.
asked
You were
a
asked a
question.
question, you're welcome to answer it.
We were chatting with GCN and stuff, and basically it's not gonna be the flashing details up there. There's gonna be some kind of I think what you're describing, our detail is the perfect world, where it just kind of comes up and it joins beautifully. In reality, when they get up there, I think that bang it in until it drops below that. Only a few feet past it.
Well, I think it will be a lot simpler, I can tell you, and Fillmore can tell you better than me, because he actually builds the stuff, but it'll be a lot simpler if you don't have an angle and it's just straight. You can tuck underneath.
And it would be, if you can get it below that heavy.
Right.
Corbel, you could tuck the bricklet in underneath. A lot less intrusive than. That bricklet coming down over that. And a counter flash coming down over that thing, trying to get that to work is really. What happens is it gets big and clunky, because it's impossible to do it any other way.
I guess the only thing I would say to that is there is a defined bottom, which is the existing pilot. Accomplish the thinner profile visible all the way around, especially from the street. The low pitched hip was really seemingly to accomplish it. So, I would accept the concession of flashing over, and I think it is what's going to happen. Anyway, flashing over the cornice profile to a certain degree until the roof line disengages from all that, and then being able to. It's going to require some length, straight over flash. But
I'm looking at their detail, and we don't have to detail their building because they know what they're doing, but on A504, it looks like if you went straight across, you're going to be underneath that corbel. You're going to miss it. Can you show A504? Sorry, we get into these details. Yeah, right. I think they're capable of solving it.
My concern is
See,
that up was just
you get rid of right there. Bumped up. You miss all of the corners.
Very minimal pitch.
Yeah, that's how I would do it. It's clean and it looks like they want it to look.
Yeah.
No historic fabric is hurt.
Not like a TPO or TPO.
Yeah, it's our vinyl. You can get TPO right.
I'm just going to dwell on the fact that I maintain we are judging a lot of visibility issues on this project based upon a 14-foot wide set of driveway gates remaining closed all the time. And this design team doesn't mandate whether they're closed or open. And I take issue with that. I don't know that 3 curb cuts are needed for any property.
I understand your point. I guess similar to the issue of where we don't consider landscape elements proper screening for indefinite visibility or non-visibility. I would think an operable gate might. Just trying to understand. Now, I should ask Frankie, staff's conclusion to this being not visible.
The applicant provided a diagram of the site and the sight lines from various rights of way and determined an area that was not visible from any rights of way. And that is something that we reviewed in the permit center, but I don't think it was added in this presentation.
Based on a closed gate?
I think it was,
The gate was factored into it.
Well, you can make the,
Literally on the back side of that. Okay.
I believe the visibility was based on existing structures.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, then I see what you're saying.
This is category 3.
Category 1, the main house is one.
So it doesn't matter whether it's visible or not. It's category 1.
It would be only if we have
category one?
That was the answer I was given by Tori.
I think category one lets you review all facades. The public right of way. I could be wrong.
Unless there's some special exception.
Yeah, unless something.
Okay, well,
And everything is.
we'll let that
And I'd
water.
probably echo your sentiments. The bathhouse. I think it's a really special little building. But if we truly don't have purview over it, it's out of the public right of way. I feel I have to hold.
What can happen is you can make the approval contingent on it not being visible. And so if it is visible, then after it's built, then technically they're in violation. And messy, but that's their risk.
I respect that. I mean,
I don't know it as well as you. I don't even know
I
what the
think
stair
it's
looks
murky.
like.
I mean, we walked the whole block and there are a lot of places this is visible from. From Smith Street, from the Pratt Thomases, like
The
it's
most
not
visible-
just the driveway.
It was Smith Street, it was the most visible from. But if it's in a location, I mean, I could foresee this being in a location where you could not see it. It was on this back. I don't even know what direction that is, but
Yeah, I walked around to Smith today. And again, I don't know what the stair even looks like. So I was just looking to see what you could see. You can see some back there, but you got to look through and there's an opening where they're restoring that one building.
you can see it most visibly. The project.
Yes, Mr. Favis working on.
Yeah.
On that driveway.
In the old location.
Location, but not in this one. Yeah, that. In the old location, you could definitely see it, but I could foresee it. If they're putting it on this back portion of the building, I don't think that we could see it.
I think I understand. It's seems to be not in purview, but we as a board word something into a motion. It's is installed and for some reason does end up in view.
And,
Do it or whatever at that time.
to help the clients out, you can put up a mock-up, you don't have to build a stair, but you can build sort of the form, paint it yellow and walk around and see if you can see it. Used to do that with mechanical units all the time.
Pink was the last mock-up we had.
Huh?
Pink was the last mock-up we had.
Well, I'm hesitant to make a motion because I'm not sure. I guess to me, your big issue is the gates, and they're not really gates, it's a fence.
The gates on the plan are the gates in what's been submitted. If it were a fence panel, I may feel differently.
All right, that's my motion.
I think we would review.
The thing that's really standing out to me.
That should be a fence.
That part is not approved. Elements. I'm good with.
Yeah.
So that's.
I was there, you're on a roll.
Are you forming?
And I'm comfortable with that being a permanently fixed panel. But it speaks to the evolution of these properties that have not always been one.
As designed. It looks like a pair of gates.
I
don't think we should mislead it to be a pair of gates.
So saying you would be, we're thinking the same thing, is that not be approving simulated vehicular gate.
Yes.
And I am fine with staff reviewing that.
Is there anything else that you guys had issue with?
I think the side porch roof should be reduced to miss the flashing.
So the flashing does not engage the profile section of the
be easier to build anyway.
That is a little bit contrary to some of the past. Hold it all, but to your insight, there are other ways to do roofs. So,
Bill, this is gonna be complicated, so speak slowly.
no, it's not going to be complicated. I'm going to make a preliminary approval. All items submitted with the exception of board's requirement to restudy again the roofing system of the side porch to potentially not engage the profiled sections of the structure and also not exclusion of the related vehicular gates. I do believe that both of those items, however, could return to staff for review.
Okay, so I've got a motion on the floor for preliminary approval of all items as submitted, except for a board comment to restudy the roofing system on the side porch to not engage the cornice from the existing structure. Another board comment that our approval is to the exclusion of the simulated exterior gates. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Oh, I'm sorry. But those details,
Final review and details to staff.
staff of even.
Eddie, is your second still good as to that revised motion? All right, I'll put it to a vote. Fillmore?
Yeah, in favor.
Glenn?
In favor.
Bill? Eddie? Chair votes to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, agenda item number 8, 66 Church Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction and overview, please.
66 Church Street is requesting conceptual approval for Piazza Enclosure at rear. It is a category 3, circa 1784 in the old and historic district. Is the location on Church Street. The existing site.
Some context.
Turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you all for being here this evening. Nice to see everybody in person. I've seen Lindsay. My name is Eddie Fava. I'm with Michael Strobel from my office, the Fava Architect representing the clients and supporters at 66 Church Street. I'm not sure who was at this meeting, but it happened virtually. Let's see, in April. Live, and then it was like real BAR meetings in Charleston on the Bravo network, from what I understand, but I didn't hear it. It didn't go well through no fault of the owners, and they were surprised and taken aback by everything too. And we were contacted not long after, I guess, closer towards the end of the year by the owners and asked if we could kind of help them out. We took the liberty of speaking to Kim at the time to kind of download what happened and then later updated with Tori. But again, just by way of information, from what we understood, the minimal portion of the Piazza Enclosure to the very rear of this property had been to the board twice. At the second time, we understand that there would be some minor adjustments that allowed any further recess from the original facade, and that did not happen. And the rest didn't go very well. But we were told by staff at that time and appreciated had that happened, that it's pretty much on board with at least the board at that time. So in fairness, you're able to obviously look at it now and review what you think, but I think I can run through where we are and explain it to you. So next slide, please. The existing structure and the portion of the enclosure that is being requested is in this small area right here. I have on hand the application and drawings, if at all helpful for reference, but from what they are, the enclosure set right at this column line, and staff comment and board comments at that time was to recess it back as much as you could. The other thing that I think was very interesting, I'm sorry, I'll go to the next slide. That's the only area that's being addressed. It sits back 48 feet from the street. Thank you, Michael. And 12 feet from the face of the porch, and then 18 inches from the corner. Next slide, please. Nothing else is happening with the building. Next slide, please. So proposed location of where this enclosure is, which is 11 foot 10 inches from the base, again 48 feet from the face of the street or the face of the building, and 18 inches back. And what defined that, to be honest, was their shutters on that and a copper lantern that we're trying to keep just intact. So split it back to that distance. Next slide, please. And if I'm not mistaken, originally this enclosure was done by Randolph Marks, I think, but it had some of his similar detailing with how that panel and everything is developed. Next slide, maybe has some photos or elevations. So from the front, not visible. From the rear, you can see, again, we just wrapped the motif of the doors around the backside, which is not visible from the public right of way. Next slide, please. This here is the recessed element. It's essentially the same elevation now as it is proposed. It's just closer towards the side of the building, but again, 18 inches back. Next slide, please. And then what I thought was interesting, and correct me if I'm wrong, but at the time, I don't think it was presented to the board that all of this was completely rebuilt in 06 or 07. So all of this whole area was all new material anyway. And again, not to disrespect the fact that it kind of sits back on the Piazza, which is what we still maintain, and on the board and staff's guidance from the last meeting. But if it helps with any heartache or historic fabric, there was the facade sit right in there, and basically there's a mirror image of what that is, just pulled forward. The rear elevation is not visible. We did have the opportunity. Historic Charleston Preservation Society, and I think staff was generally supported from our meetings with them, and Historic Charleston didn't have any objections. I hadn't heard back from the Preservation Society.
Thank you, Eddie, for the respectful.
Thank you.
Do my fellow board members have any questions for the applicant? All right, do we have any public comment?
Anna Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society. And I apologize, Eddie, that we didn't get
Oh,
back
it's
to you.
all right.
Thank you for reaching out. I thought we did.
No problem.
In accordance with the VAR policy statement on Piazza enclosures, we do continue to struggle with this proposal, and that the proposed Piazza infill is something that recommends against specifically. Although the applicant has demonstrated that the materials are not historic, it is the form that is characteristic of Charleston's vernacular architecture and essential to preserve. Recognizing that the board has granted conceptual approval, we feel strongly that if infill is to be pursued, it should remain inboard of the existing balustrade to be reversible and impact as little fabric as possible. And that's the extent of what we would ask to see from the board. Thank you.
Any other public comments? All right. Frankie, you'll give the city staff comments and recommendations.
Great. This previously came before the board. Designer 7/8/21. Motion was denial as submitted. As about comments were that the staff were comfortable with the proposal during April 8th, 2021 meeting on the condition that the code be recessed further by about 2 feet. But the applicant at that time did not alter the design to incorporate that condition. and BAR staff did not support the proposal. Currently, staff appreciates that the enclosure has been set back as much as possible without sacrificing its program, and notes that the piazza has been entirely rebuilt with no original fabric remaining there. Staff comments that with the enclosure setback as proposed now, it will be very minimally visible from the public right of way. And we are recommending conceptual approval with priority by staff.
Did the applicant have any, didn't want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public staff comments and recommendations?
Just briefly, if I may, again, just being cognizant of the rear elevation, particularly not being visible from public right away, and that none of that material is original. The floor area that's being gained is so incredibly small that we really would like to do it as we've shown, rather than try to retain the rail that's a newer rail from 06.
All right, I'll open it up for board discussion and those at this time.
Well, we go ahead, Glenn.
Well, no, Betty, I just wanted to commend you for providing us with, I think, the photographs in your submittal with a little bit of legwork are extremely helpful. These photos on your application then kind of jogged my memory to when this house was really and truly completely gutted down to the sticks. And I remember going by it at that point and thinking, holy moly, like, how are they going this far? It's also helpful, I think, to see how much of the piazza was enclosed previously under a different owner, different restoration campaign. But it just, to me, proves that there is little to no original fabric in what you are proposing to alter. It is original form, to Anna Catherine's point, and I certainly respect that. And I will state, as this board normally does, that we are incredibly cautious over piazza enclosures. But I will say that your work here, I think you've looked at the old board comments. You may have been on Twitter, who knows? But you, I think, have heard the discussion, and I, for one, am comfortable with where this has landed. I think it is a reasonable request at this point.
If I recall at the prior meetings, I don't think that the board was completely opposed to the piazza enclosure. It was the fact that it was visible from the public right of way. And I think one of our comments, and it was a staff comment as well, was to recess it further so that it wouldn't be in it, it would be justify it in a way. We weren't setting a precedent for piazza enclosures.
I think you're right about that.
Yeah, and it wasn't taken into account at a later meeting. I think and the applicant has done that here. So I'm comfortable with this. That's all I have.
I'll do a quick, I'm pretty sure this is a Randolph design, just looking at it, and I probably signed off on it back in 2007. I don't have any issues with it, except I would recommend not putting that additional column in. I don't think you need it, and it kind of confuses things. Just let it be a simple wall, clean and it's clearly new. Be my only recommendation.
Nothing to add. Notice that the column had been added. It does give kind of a slightly odd spacing. So you can't see it anyway.
Yeah.
It's not in the public right away.
Yeah, and to Lindsay's point, the board did say that we would consider it if there was a gentle move. And I think you've shown us that gentle move that we requested.
Yeah, I want to see the back corner of the house. And it really wasn't all that hard. Thank you.
I understand. I'll make a motion. Please.
What is this? Preliminary approval, final review by staff, is that where we are?
Conceptual.
Conceptual approval, I'll make motion, conceptual approval, final by staff.
I do like your point about the column. I do think it could be simplified a little bit, so I would just say with a board comment to maybe simplify, if we will.
I said, just go ahead and say delete the column.
Delete the.
We have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with final review by staff and a board comment to delete the secondary column. Second by Glenn. I'll put it to a vote. Fillmore,
Yay in favor.
Eddie,
Yeah, in favor.
Bill,
Yes.
Glenn.
Yay in favor.
Chair votes to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Eddie.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda item number 9, 1 Henrietta Street. Please.
Is requesting conceptual approval for elevation of building, renovation and modifications to the building, including historic storefront, removal of non-traditional rear element, in addition to the rear structure is not rated in the old and historic district. Is the location of the property on corner of Henrietta and Elizabeth Streets. The existing storefront. Apologize, that was from previously when 3 Henrietta was included. Looking east on Henrietta and west on Henrietta. And born maps of the entire property.
Eddie Faithful with the Faithful Architects and Michael Strobel, who's worked tirelessly on it for us, representing Adam and Aaron Whitty. That are the owners of this property. This property too has been before you, and at the last time it was in December of 09. And it had, needless to say, and still does, an awful lot of challenges, and it was an incredibly unique project for us, and I think for everybody looking at it and viewing it. But the gist of it is that Adam and Aaron wanted to make this property their single family residence in their home. And when they came to us, and again, I'm rehashing a little bit just to bring Mr. Bello up to speed, they require raising, with them being over 50% of the value of the project to do that. Next page, please. So current site, the building that we're speaking of is just right on the corner of Elizabeth and Henrietta. Next page, please. And interestingly enough, it had quite an evolution, even though the early maps, our original plan A, which you saw last time, had an L shape to it with the addition on Henrietta Street, which was similar to what was here. It's been a different shape building in 1872. And then over the history of the Sanborn maps, as you can see, variety of structure to the rear, and the rear section of the current building has been modified significantly. And as you will see as we go through the project, and those of you that are familiar with it, much of the building has already been significantly altered. Next page, please. So it sits on the fringe of the Mezquite-Grove neighborhood district, which is basically, and respectfully to the Whitties, it's kind of a little bit blighted. Could sure use some love, and that's what they proposed to do to it. It abuts bank building, the commercial district of Calhoun Street, parking lots of AME, Mother Emanuel, Dewberry. Next page, please. And then we have a series of streetscape photos going down Henrietta from west to east, all the way down. Again, just to give you a sense of what it is. It's on the property, as you can see. It's basically a gravel parking lot, and then please note the building that's immediately to its rear and its immediate neighbor is 3 Henrietta, which the Whitties own as well. And then beyond that is another that was built with prior FEMA guidelines that allowed it to be at the height it is. Next page, please. This is streetscape coming the other direction from Elizabeth and looking north from west to east, or east to west, excuse me, towards the Dewberry parking lot. Next page. And then similarly, this is along Elizabeth Street, but again, I think it's very telling. Again, Calhoun Street is literally a stone's throw away from the Whitties property, which is here. That's a driveway entrance to the parking garage, and the bank building immediately there. Derrick building is on the corner, and as you go further down the street, other buildings with parking below, carriage doors, a across the opposite street, the other bank building. So it's really, really, really right on the fringe of a commercial district. We've inserted as well because in our proposal, you'll see we're proposing, with it being a garden district, some areas where they can have a nice garden that fronts on the street and enclosed with a garden wall. Next page, please. The structure itself, as those of you who've seen this before, has been so incredibly altered. There's virtually no historic fabric left. If it is, it may be in between the walls. But what we found and kind of have kind of tapped into is the fact that what is important about this is the spirit of this place. It's currently zoned residential, so it's grandfathered in with its commercial use, which from everybody that we talked to day one, it was something that the Whitties wanted to do, not only for themselves, but the neighborhood, but be able to maintain that element at the street level. And the only way to do that was to accommodate the raising. Next slide, please. Again, y'all can flip through those in more detail, but basically calling out that everything from 4x4s, 2x2s, the building sits on a slab, all of the siding's new, the doors are either fiberglass or wood, like 80s window storefront and kind of 50 brick. The Piazza ceilings are plywood. Next page, please. And again, we were very cognizant of the fact we weren't trying to necessarily create something that just didn't exist, but the spirit of these places and buildings that are much more architecturally significant, not only from materials and other things, that element was so important to this neighborhood, and to take that away would do it a real disservice. Next page, please. We'll briefly touch on where we were with our prior application, but we did want to be able to accommodate parking on the structure, and our earlier schemes had more of that. Some of the staff comments and board comments had requested there be less, and we've addressed that in our current scheme. Next page. The other element, again, which everybody's obviously familiar with, the architectural element of a hyphen type space that will differentiate our existing building from the proposed addition. Next page, please. So this, again, is a site plan showing the existing structure and the gravel parking lot that it sits on, right at the corner of Elizabeth and Henrietta. Next page. Highlighting the areas again, I'm beating a dead horse here, but the fact that none of that's original is in red. The footprint essentially is. The area in blue here was again a non-original addition. Next page, please. Similarly on the second level. Good plan, we can continue. So as y'all saw first time, our first challenge is we wanted to make sure that we evaluated every option. If it was literally just raising it to accommodate current FEMA, which would be 6 feet, which ironically, 12 months earlier, if we were operating by the old FEMA maps, it would be exactly the height we're raising or requesting in the proposal. But for the current maps, based on the 2021 updates, that would be the height to which the structure would have to be raised. And for a storefront type structure of this nature, there wasn't a solution that offered a good design alternative to the neighborhood or the Whitties. If you raise it a certain height and extend down, it doesn't make sense. If you raise it up, you don't have room for the staircases. If you fold the new floor line behind what's already there, it obliterates what's there. So I think our solution, I'll show you, was that it needed to raise beyond what is stipulated by FEMA now as a minimum. Next page, please. Our prior plan, which y'all saw at our December meeting, had an addition similar to some of the earliest maps that we found that faced on Henrietta Street with a private courtyard to the back. And we can go point by point to address each of the board and staff comments at that, or the staff comments at that time, if you would like when they come up. But in the interest of time, I'll move forward to after that meeting. Much of what was discussed was the fact that the addition towards the front, the idea that there was parking here off of Henrietta, parking here off of Elizabeth, was the request that be restudied. It wasn't well received. And then the raising again was of a question, but it was asked that it be what was submitted was not approved, and it needed to be redesigned in a manner that would be more acceptable. Next page. Shortly after our December meeting, first of the year, we were able to meet with staff and reviewed the board's motion and the fact that if a new design came, was that acceptable, and their feelings on if it was to the rear to address staff comments, board comments, if we reduce parking and many of the things that were discussed, would this scheme be something that would be amenable? And we had positive feedback and were encouraged by it. So with just very preliminary thoughts at that time, took that to the next level, but with the understanding that staff would revisit it again before we came back to the board, just to make sure we were still on good footing and everybody felt good about it. Next, please.
You've got about a minute left, but I know you.
Yeah, sorry, I'll try to, because I know there are going to be lots of questions. Again, where we are presently is our current plan locates the addition to the rear of the lot. The idea previously that offered carriage doors off of Henrietta Street and 2 carriage doors off of Elizabeth Street has been abandoned for just one set off of the rear. Again, this is conceptual, so there are in fact details as you look at the elevation that we would certainly be refining, but felt that it was a point that it needed to come back to you all for your comments and support. Next page, please. Again, a private courtyard, and in the Mazik Ragborough Garden District thought that was appropriate that it fronted onto Henrietta Street with the garden wall, which we would do. Living quarters, the commercial structure remains, or commercial use with the storefront remains on the corner, and office above that. Next page, please. These 2 structures connected by a hyphen with the master suite, living area, and bedrooms above that, but keeping all of that open towards the front onto Henrietta Street. And the addition and the mass of that structure adjacent to the property to the rear of the bank building. As roof plan as such. These, again, y'all had seen before, but in the current scheme, what this was illustrating is the height of the bank building beyond, the streetscape of Henrietta, the current structure here. This is the height of the building directly across the street. This is 3 Henrietta. This is the neighbor immediate to that in the existing configuration. This is it in proposed, again, just for reference of scale, to show that everything proposed, even with the raising that allows the preservation of that space below and the storefront, is lower than virtually everything around it that fits into the context of the streets. Page, please. Similarly, this elevation illustrates our bank building, Calhoun Street being right here, entrance to their parking garage and driveway right there. The structure that we would propose raising here, hyphen element, in addition to the rear with the carriage doors. Next page, please.
We'll move to give him 2 more minutes
Yes.
if he needs it. I mean,
Yes, go ahead.
just so you're not cut off.
Thank you. And then for the Henrietta Street elevation, our existing building and the proposed structure, again, acknowledging refinements to what we would do with garden wall, the elevation to the rear, but just from a massing and a scale standpoint, felt like those were certainly appropriate for the context with what we're dealing with. Next page. That is the Elizabeth Street elevation with the existing and proposed. Again, this element still being taller with the mass of what it is. This one being step down, cornice lines addressed, but trying very much to maintain that use on that street, engage the public in something that we thought was much more successful than just a masonry wall. Next page, please. Interior conceptual elevation of the courtyard, a lot of that may be minimally visible. Next page, please. That is the existing condition perspective, looking at it as it is presently. Next page. That was our previous submission. And as you can see, the elements of concern with carriage doors and parking, this element right on Henrietta Street has been revisited, but that was after, next page, please. A study to show, which again, we worked with staff and appreciate their input and direction, was if it was only raised the required 6 feet, again, acknowledging that there's not a way to really put a storefront in there and access it, and it went, again, reverted to strictly residential, which is basically what it's zoned. This is the type of structure that would be there. Next page, please. So what we are proposing is which would allow for garden and green space off this, hopefully as an impetus for the development of Henrietta Street, and excited about all that's going on with Mother Emanuel and development of those areas. And then something that steps up slightly, but appropriately in mass as it goes towards Calhoun Street rather than on Henrietta Street. And I will say, I'm very appreciative. We engage neighbors, neighborhoods, association, have letters from several of them, and some of them are here this evening, and appreciate the comments, and met with Historic Charleston Foundation, and I think they haven't had any real objections to this, but have suggestions regarding the details. And Michael, anything I'm leaving out? There were quite a few staff comments at the original meeting, and again, in the interest of time, I won't go through each of them, but as y'all go through them, if there are questions, we have an answer for all of them.
Thank you, Eddie. Do we have any, my fellow board members have any questions for the applicant?
What's the total proposed square footage?
Essentially the same, because we were at our maximum lot coverage for BZA previously, and we still are. In fact, it's less because we've added the Piazza as a portion previously closed.
I've got a question, and I wasn't here for the other time, so it might be something about says. The ground floor, if you raise it, you're still gonna have the same amount of commercial space. You're just gonna have a garage. That's all you're getting out of the ground floor. Why? I don't understand. I mean, I understand FEMA and everything, but why are you raising the whole? What's the need to raise it?
The need to raise it would be that again, this can become a primary residence for Adam and Aaron. And to do so, that square footage that becomes residential versus if it's just 2 levels, that remains commercial only. That's
Really adding it. You're raising it, right?
Well, I don't know if that's accurate.
Well, I'm just looking, yeah.
But I mean, from a square foot,
yeah,
but I understand
yeah.
what you're saying. But only because that was discussed early on, again, with Kim and other and staff members prior to respectfully toward is, well, what if you just put a top floor on it? That felt like it was a bit more respectful of what was there to raise it, rather than at the top floor and have to be as destructive all the way down. So.
Kind of. And then the part of it's, I'm catching up a little bit.
Sure.
And so just to sort of, again, continue that, was there a discussion from the board and staff and you guys? There's a large open space. I guess I saw a building there proposed.
Yes.
On the Henrietta side. Was there ever a proposal just to put more square footage there? I mean, just to continue?
Yes.
And that was not approved or?
2 slides back. Yes, sir. That was our original proposal.
Was that denied? What was denied?
Wasn't denied, but I don't think that element. I think there was concern. Comments were that it felt too commercial. It did that. And again, personally and professionally, we liked it. I mean, I like the street edge. I like the privacy of the courtyard. Yeah. But again, respectfully, the Whitties, they heard comments from board and staff that said, we might prefer that was more open there and it was a garden, and said, would y'all study pushing it back?
Eddie, I will say, I do recall, it was a long discussion at this previous, but I do recall all into it. Of asking why maybe some of the burden of, you know what I mean? But more in the new construction. in the guise of potentially not putting that extra floor.
And not to read into the record, but I think some of the keys, just to bring you up to speed, where those were, I think we had 4 garage doors at that point.
Yeah, no, I get
And
that.
a big part, I think, was the Piazza enclosure. I think was one of the items that was a sticking point
Okay.
in that review.
And not to get into board comment, just to kind of catch up a little bit, it's rare that you have a wide open space adjacent to the building you're working on, you know, and we're always trying to get more square footage, right? You got that land right next to it. Why don't you just put it there instead of raise the whole building, to me, it seems. So I'm just trying to catch
Well,
up to what
we're-
y'all said and your way of thinking. Of course, the clients have their
Yes.
issues that they want, so.
At our max lot coverage.
Well, I was gonna say, we are at maximum lot coverage and we're also gonna need a substantial improvement. And so from a flooding standpoint, we're raising, we have to raise 6 feet. Essentially, if you got a flood, or we have to flood proof the building, which is completely made out of non-flood proof materials, which would be essentially a demo from 6 feet.
Well, that's not necessarily the case. I mean, there's commercial properties all over the city that are, you can do it, so that you don't have to tear down to floodproof it. Not to get into board comments, sorry.
No.
I'm just trying to understand.
And it was discussed, and again, consensus from us sitting through staff comments and working, and board comments and looking closely with staff was they preferred it pushed back.
All right, thank you, sorry.
I had a couple of questions. But is it E10?
Yes.
And just to get my head around something that Eddie was talking about. So the existing 2 stories are to be elevated. So that means that the first floor now, which is the commercial space, remains below base flood. And it just duplicates what was there before. So what gets raised then, the storefront goes away and the corner kind of gets squared off. And what's the construction of that first floor? Which is in essence the foundation of the building now because it's been elevated.
And we can easily floodproof it if it's masonry.
Masonry.
Masonry,
So
so it's all masonry and above inside.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And a little addition in back comes off, the non-historic addition comes off, that doesn't get elevated.
Yes, sir, that's correct. Yeah, sorry, because we're looking at the wrong, that's sorry.
Yeah, I think I'm in my head, and I'm there you go.
But yes, that's
Yeah,
correct.
okay, there you go, right. Okay. And so and now that new first floor is below base flood and it's commercial space, so it's got to be floodproof anyway.
That's correct. And rather than it being wooded as it is presently, and gosh knows what's behind it, which would have to be dealt with to some degree anyway, by lifting it, it's basically a new foundation.
And it's very difficult to elevate a corner store.
Yes.
We've written a lot of guidelines for elevating historic structures. I don't believe we've written guidelines for elevating a corner store. So I'll leave that for more discussion.
That's really what you're doing.
It's a tough concept to elevate a corner store.
Well, the alternative is that it doesn't remain a corner store.
Right, I
agree
with
that's
you.
part of the
It's a
thing
tough
that
concept.
everybody struggled with. Because we like that pedestrian interaction and that corner element and that feel versus solid wall, even with faux windows or faux doors or something. Just seemed it seemed like such a shame and a loss to the property in the neighborhood.
Any other board questions at this time? Do we have anyone speaking for the public? Approach the microphone, please. And state your name first and last clearly.
Good evening. I think we've gone into the evening. My name is Andrew Ransford. I'm at 34 Chapel Street and I'm past president of the Garden District, the neighborhood that this project is in. We wanted to thank the applicant and the architect for coming to our neighborhood meeting. There a large turnout that night. Because of the emphasis of this particular corner in our neighborhood. It's a very important corner because we were looking to preserve the corner store element. And we were excited to see the new plans. We like the idea of having the house itself on Elizabeth Street versus Henrietta. And we like the entrance sort of to the garden district as well with what they're doing on Henrietta with the wall garden. But the most important thing to the neighborhood that came out of all the questions that night is how do we preserve the corner store concept? And when we looked at what Mr. Faber presented, we saw that this was the best solution to a very complex puzzle almost to have to put together. And so I would like to ask the board tonight to approve the conceptual design.
Anyone else?
I'm Todd Negro at 11 Elizabeth Street, about 2 doors down. Pass by this corner every day, and it's really fortunate street in the middle of our city. And you really don't want to even look down the street, but this project really can serve as a catalyst to help revitalize the neighborhood. And I think the corner store is a really important part of that. But also the building itself now is very small compared to everything else around. It's kind of dwarfed by the other houses and the large bank building behind it. And it being taller helps draw your eye to the street. It makes you want to look down it and walk down that street. I think you would miss that not having a corner store and having a small pass, which I think.
I'm Austin Elliott. My wife and I live at 8 Elizabeth Street. On our front door, you would essentially see the sign of this new the applicants have been very involved in sharing their plans with the neighborhood and getting feedback, and have been very sensitive to it. I know the neighborhood's been in support of it. My wife and I are in support of it, and we think that what they're proposing with the emphasis on keeping the corner store, it has such great value. We hope that the VAR will approve that. The corner store really is an element that really defines the intersection of those two streets and provides some element of uniqueness for that particular part of the neighborhood. So we'd like to see what they propose be approved so that we can keep that element versus making it an actual corner at the intersection of Henrietta and Elizabeth. Thanks.
Hi there, my name is Fred Willis. I live now at 99.5 Alexander Street. And I think the gentleman and Angie before was spoke directly to, in favor of the corner store and those kind of things. What I'd like to mention is the gentleman at 11 Elizabeth and also the house built at 9 Elizabeth were a real problem in our neighborhood, Angie may recall. And the city came to the rescue. It was a concrete block structure that basically was a 4 or 5 unit apartment building. And the city engineered a swap in this property. Thank goodness it was torn down and in its place with the 2 houses, both of which are elevated and have parking underneath. And I think our neighborhood is a very diverse, one of the most diverse neighborhoods in terms of lot size and building heights. We've got very tiny single family. We've got historic 3-story houses, lots that are 80 feet wide, some of that are only 20 feet wide. So I think to be able to continue to support that with the height, scale, and mass as shown in this second version that the Whitties, by way of Eddie Favor, have come up with, really support that diversity in his presentation, I think, of the height, scale, and mass. I know we wrote a letter, or the neighborhood wrote a letter of support, and here just to kind of make that comment that we are in a number of neighborhoods see this is a very positive thing for that prominent corner. Thank you.
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation, HCF. At 1 Henry. We thank the applicant for his time meeting with us in our office and over. These discussions were very helpful in helping us understand the building at 1 Henrietta Street has seen multiple insensitive modifications over the years. As noted by the applicant, very little historic fabric remains. The 2 brackets on the Elizabeth Street elevation are the only remaining historic brackets and should be retained and reused on the property. No objection conceptually to elevating the structure, and we are pleased that the applicant is making an effort to retain the cornerstone primary character defining feature of the property. Since there is no evidence that the storefront along Henrietta Street was narrower than it currently is, we recommend retaining the current width of the store. No objection to the proposed changes to the non-historic store. We also have no objection to the removal of the non-original rear element. At the previous meeting, we were primarily opposed to the proposed new construction between 1 and 3 Henrietta Street and suggested that the garage entry should be added on the Elizabeth Street elevation instead of the Henrietta. We are pleased that this element has been removed from the project. Regarding the proposed new construction on Elizabeth Street, we believe that the applicant should reduce the height of the overall structure so that the eave line is lower than the elevation structure. Thank you.
Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The Preservation Society really appreciates the applicant and the owner meeting with us, and we would just like to start by saying we're so grateful for the applicant's obvious investment in this neighborhood, and also are sensitive to the neighborhood's support of this project. I think we are very much of a like mind, and that the corner store element is of fundamental importance to us as an organization. That being said, our opposition to the proposed elevation of this historic corner building solely to facilitate an additional floor of residential use remains unchanged from the last meeting. It is critical to begin this conversation by underscoring that the board's previous motion was denial of proposed elevation as submitted. Therefore, it's crucial that the board deny the elevated building proposal submitted in identical form again tonight to defend the integrity of the BAR process. In keeping with our previous comments, as well as those of staff and the board, we maintain that this proposal fails to adhere to the Secretary of the Interior standards for preservation. As staff rightly pointed out at the previous meeting, this building is eligible for a FEMA variance, and the first floor commercial space can be feasibly flood-proofed, which eliminates the need for elevation altogether. Further, given there is so little historic material remaining, the historic two-story form is all the more important to preserve. Regarding the proposed new construction, we do appreciate the restudy of the site plan and the reduction of garage openings. However, the garage door is an unfortunate ground treatment for the new structure designed to read as a traditional single house, and parking access could be provided off of Henrietta Street, eliminating the need for a garage entrance as well. We also have serious concerns with the scale and mass of the hyphen, as well as the height and form of the roof, and feel the entirety of the roof line and the hyphen warrant restudy and minimization. On the Henrietta Street elevation, on the new addition, the floating French doors with Juliet balconies, we feel are commercial in style and out of character with the neighborhood. And given the level of restudy needed, we would ask the board to deny this proposal. Thank you.
Anyone else speaking from the public? All right, there are a few public comments submitted, which I'll read out loud now. First, we have a comment from Ferris Kaplan at 47 Chapel Street. Dear Ms. Pinto, the Mezquite-Ragboro Neighborhood Association held a membership meeting on March 15th, 2022. Eddie Fava presented the plans on behalf of the owners, Adam and Aaron Whitty. Their plans have been submitted for conceptual approval at the March 24th, 2022 BARS meeting, TMS number 459-1303011. Following the presentation by Mr. Fava and Mr. Whitty, they fielded questions from the attendees. A motion for support of their application was proposed and passed unanimously by the attending members and the board of NWNA. Our association feels that the height, scale, and mass of this project fits well in the neighborhood, retains its history of a corner store, and meshes well with the height and scale of neighboring houses. The garage door opening onto Elizabeth Street is similar to what the city approved at 9 and 11 Elizabeth Street. The architect and owners listened to the comments of the BAR at its first submittal and reworked the plans to address the BAR's concerns. We ask that you approve their application for conceptual approval. Sincerely, Ferris D. Kaplan, President, Mezque-Ragboro Neighborhood Association. All right, we have a letter dated March 22nd from Robert Bruner. Dear Ms. Pinto, as residents of Mezque-Ragboro, we are writing to express our support for the above referenced project. Eddie Fava presented the plans on behalf of the owners, Adam and Aaron Whitty, at our recent neighborhood meeting. We feel this project will enhance our neighborhood. The height, scale, and mass of this project fits well in our neighborhood and within the street location. The plans fit well with the height and scale of neighboring houses. We also like the fact that the project will retain its history of a corner store. We ask that you approve their application for conceptual approval. Sincerely, Robert and Sharon Bruner, and they are at 113 Alexander Street. We have a letter dated March 12th, 2022 from John Farrell at 5 Henrietta Street. I'm writing in support of Mr. Whitty's project in the corner of Henrietta and Elizabeth Streets. Mr. Whitty has completely revised his program to incorporate the comments from the first submittal. The main structure is no longer facing Henrietta Street, but now faces Elizabeth Street. He has removed the corner store rear addition and added a hyphen to clearly distinguish the proposed new addition from the historic looking corner store. He is proposing to elevate the corner store to a 3-story structure by flood-proofing the new first floor using masonry walls. I am in favor of keeping the look of the corner store, even though the existing historic columns and detailing are of low quality and probably not historic. The Elizabeth Street facade has a garage entrance, which is unusual for Charleston as a whole, but is more common in this immediate 2-block area. The house is in the transitional area from the commercial to residential buildings, and it is next to 2 commercial garage openings at the 2 bank buildings. Therefore, having a garage matches the rhythm of the streetscape. The height of the proposed building is higher than the corner store, but in context to the very large commercial buildings, it is in scale. It also should be noted that the Mezque-Ragboro neighborhood has an abundance of buildings that differ in height by more than 9 feet. I commend Mr. Whitty for involving his neighbors in the design of his home and investing in the fabric of historic Charleston. And our final public comment is a petition for support. To whom it may concern, we, the undersigned, have had the opportunity to review the proposed plans designed by E.E. Fava Architects for the home of Adam and Aaron Whitty at 1 and 3 Henrietta Street. The project will be an important and welcome component of the Mezque-Ragboro Garden District. We support their project and respectfully ask for your approval of it. Thank you. This is signed by John Farrell at 5 Henrietta Street, Todd Magro, I apologize if I'm butchering any names, 11 Elizabeth Street, Hugo Hannum Gross at 6 Henrietta Street, Austin Elliott at 8 Elizabeth Street, and Candace Wakefield at 17 Elizabeth Street. And that is all we have for public comment. Frankie, would you give us city staff comments and recommendations, please?
The previous motion was deferral, taking into consideration general staff comments with denial of proposed elevation as submitted and denial of enclosure of Piazza. Previous staff comments. Quite a complicated project, but our comments are forthright in that we feel that this proposal fails to adhere to the Secretary of Interior standards for preservation and the Charleston standards, which are both documents I on every day in making decisions for building. Proposing to elevate the building above the urged as per policy statement for elevating historic buildings and has never been granted in a situation in excess of a few inches in order to affect the form, height, scale, and mass of historic. Building is eligible for a FEMA variance, which would eliminate the need for elevating it all. The first floor commercial unit can be flood proof. The applicant states that there is little historic fabric of the buildings remain, which is all the more reason to protect the integrity of this historic form in context. height, scale, mass, and streetscape and form are some of the only remaining elements of this building has, and they deserve to be retained. Additionally, concealing the piazza on the west facade would be detrimental to the form and context as well. The new addition on Henrietta Street is concerning for several reasons. It is quite out of context within the bounds of Mystique Rackford, commercial quality to it, and presents inappropriate garage openings on the street. The addition is out of height, scale, and mass and proportion, and should be restudied in context to primary corner building. Staff recommendation at that time was denial as proposed. And for the board's information, particularly Eddie, that had a lot to do with the recommendation of current staff to move that addition to the rear to avoid the enclosure of the piazza, which the board specifically denied, and staff's previous concerns about the streetscape. That was staff comments. As previously noted, the board recommended denial previously on raising the building. So to that effect, or as raising the historic structure, the following staff comments are unchanged as far as proposing above DFE. Building is eligible for a FEMA. The applicant states there's little historic fabric remaining, which is all the more reason to protect the integrity of the historic form. So this staff comment unchanged from the previous meeting. As far as the rear addition, staff appreciates the location of the addition to the rear of the structure, as well as the reduction of the garage door proposed. While the hyphen helps distinguish the addition from the existing structure, the addition should be further studied to ensure it remains subordinate to the historic structure. The large windows of the hyphen and addition somewhat overwhelm the historic structure. Size and proportion should be restudied. While no historic photo is available at this time, and while the storefront system may be composed of replacement material, the proposal reduces the storefront on Henrietta in lieu of a small high window. Solid wall proposed along Henrietta is not appropriate. Per BAR policy, fences and walls should be appropriately scaled for their context so as to prevent a fortress-like appearance. Solid wall is to be used, the height could be lowered, or the upper portion could be incorporate openings or penetration and some relief from that fortress-like appearance. Staff recommendation is denial of proposed elevation as submitted and deferral of addition to restudy with the change of elevation.
Thank you, Frankie. Eddie, do you want to respond to or clarify anything raised during public comment or city staff comments and recommendations?
First off, I think my client would like to speak as well, so I again will ask, I apologize.
And get a little bit of time to address these things, if that's okay with everybody. But first and foremost, I think I'd like to address some of the comments made by Preservation Society with regard to the denial that's submitted. Much like the previous application, 66 Church and the UC was denial of the elevation is submitted, and we reviewed in detail staff prior to coming back what we were doing, that it was something completely different. And a little surprised because we had encouragement at our Zoom meeting in January on the 31st, and then again as recently as the 11th of March, and had no indication there were any concerns about it. Again, respectfully disagree with most of them. So we'll run through some of those if you don't mind. I think the biggest thing is the concern that it sets a precedent, and then there's not a way to maintain the storefront if the structure is. I mean, it's just not possible. So I think the question is, if everybody's okay not having a storefront, which is overwhelmingly what the neighborhood and everybody doesn't want, then that's fine. It can go to a residential structure and obliterate the storefront. But that's just not possible. I think we demonstrated that. The other thing, I take issue with the fact that it doesn't adhere to Secretary of Exterior's interior standard, because it clearly does. And you may kind of cotton pick the ones that are appropriate, but I think we looked at all of these and have been dealing with it since December, and can run through those with you if you don't mind. Again, I apologize with your patience with the time, because I think it's super critical And most importantly, because Mr. and Mrs. Whitty had put in an extreme amount of time into this, and I know cost isn't an issue or any of those things, but just that any step was taken after that last meeting, we engaged that and asked very directly and immediately, that we please talk y'all run through all of these things.
I told the Whitties that there was no point in going forward if staff wasn't encouraging or didn't think it was a problem. It was quite a while before we were able to get a meeting, and again, that is COVID and all that kind of stuff. But when we did, it was a Zoom meeting, and they were encouraged by this scheme and heard none of these comments. And then we did agree that it would be prudent to meet again prior to the submission to make sure everything's okay. Aimed again to get a meeting, and we got one face to face, which we sure appreciated. And it was very encouraging. Again, as you can see, we've been engaged neighbors, neighborhood, and it's an extremely unique challenge and an extremely unique problem. It would be incredibly different if the building really did warrant some kind of historic consideration. The fact that it's eligible for a FEMA variance, every building in Charleston is eligible for a FEMA variance, but it has to have some type of historic merit, architectural character, and this has absolutely none. So if you'll allow me, I'll let Michael maybe address some of the things that he said, just quickly, point by point, that were concerns of precedent and then historic, Secretary.
Sure. Lindsay, are we allowed to pass material off for reference?
This sheet out pretty quickly.
Okay, I know issue number one that was raised at the initial meeting, and it was a staff comment previously, and also a Preservation Society comment tonight, was an issue that we did not meet the current Secretary of Interior standards, and I think that we would disagree with that respectfully. If you look at the final point on that, it's point number 7. I'm just going to read a couple of quotes directly out of the Secretary of Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties. So in the section that is labeled resilience to natural standards, it specifically says, if foreseeable loss, damage, or destruction to the building can be reasonably anticipated, which we're 6 feet within a flood zone, treatments should be undertaken to avoid or minimize impacts. Some impacts may be particularly sudden and destructive to a historic building, such as flash flooding and coastal storm surge, which certainly apply to this property, and may require adaptive treatments that are more invasive. From that same chapter, from page 155 of this same document, implementing local and regional traditions, and it specifically calls out, such as elevating residential buildings at risk of flooding for adaptive buildings and sites in response to specific natural hazards when appropriate. It also says it is specifically recommended by the Secretary of Interior standards, ensuring that when planning work to adapt for natural hazards, all feasible alternatives are considered and the options requiring the least alteration are considered first. In our opinion, raising the building as opposed to floodproofing the first floor, which essentially from 6 feet below, you're removing all of the existing material and essentially demolishing what's below that because it's not flood resistant material. We would argue that it is less of an alteration to raise it in the air instead of obliterating what's there. That's dealing with flooding in particular, dealing with storefronts in particular. Section guidelines for storefronts from page 113 of that same document. It specifically says it is not recommended changing the storefront so that it has a residential rather than commercial appearance. Page 116 from that same chapter, specifically not recommended replacing storefront glazing with solid material for occupants' privacy when the building is being converted for residential use. So again, I could probably keep going. I've got a few more points here. All that to say, I think this proposal very much adheres significantly to the Secretary of Interior standards. So that's point number 1 I wanted to make. Point number 2, we are requesting 3 foot 4 inches above FEMA flood, which I know was really the sticking point for a lot of the board members last time. And I think the issue was we wanted to assure that we're not setting a precedent that other buildings are able to do this in the future. And so the document I just handed out
is 7 individual points that I can read onto the record that is very unique to this property. And so our argument is that if any other property comes that meets all of these specific 7 points, then they should be allowed to do the same thing, but we don't anticipate that ever happening. So for that reason, we do not think that it sets a precedent. So issue number 1, due to cost of required work beyond 50% of the value, we believe the structure needs to accommodate code and be raised. The FEMA maps prior to January 2021 required a raising of 9 feet, which is essentially exactly what we're asking for now. If you look at the property in the perspective that we showed, it was built next to 3 Henrietta at 5 Henrietta. It was raised to the exact height that we're requesting. Per section 54-306 of the city zoning code, raising a building 6 feet is considered adding a 3rd story. So I know there's argument that we don't want to change the form. We would be adding a 3rd story either way. It's just whether you can actually use that story or not. And then what Eddie already alluded to, FEMA variances for structures within flood zones are strongly discouraged and may be granted on occasion only if the structure has significant merit historically or architecturally. That is something that we reached briefly out to Lee in the zoning department, who would need to sign off on it eventually. And he pointed us to the FEMA variance requirements that just says, SHPO will certify that the building is a historic structure. A big argument of this is that the historic material of the structure is not necessarily worth saving. So that's point number 1. Point number 2, the building has been significantly altered at literally every elevation as well as internally, and has had several site alterations with various additional structures on site. I think we already went through that in the photos of the previous presentation. 3, historically, the property has a corner store commercial use at grade level, which the neighborhood association for Mesquite Borough would very much like to retain. I think we've also made that point already. Raising to the height requested allows for continuation of the corner store. 4, property is adjacent to 50 plus foot massive commercial structures, parking garage, entry, egress. I think this is one that's very unique to this property, being on the fringe of a residential and commercial zone. There are not a lot of properties that a 2-story structure is dwarfed by structures on essentially all 4 sides. Point number 5, raising to the height requested will be fully compatible to the neighborhood and context. Point number 6, property location is on underutilized outside boundary of the Mesquite Borough neighborhood and in the commercial corridor block and warrants the effort and renovations. And point number 7, which I already went through, is the Secretary of Interior standards support such a solution. Our argument is you're not setting a precedent unless another property comes and calls that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Last 2 minutes, maybe if I have anything. Sorry, I thank y'all for your time and indulgence.
Yeah, I'll just say that, my wife and I are very invested in not only the neighborhood, but the city. And, we've gone through all the steps to engage the neighborhood, all of the residents that live around us. Obviously, Historic Charleston Foundation Preservation Society, and I accompanied Eddie to every meeting, which everybody said is very rare for a homeowner to actually go to all the meetings, but that's how important this is. And I think what's very challenging and where we need direction is we came to you with an initial proposal. We heard your feedback and we made significant modifications, really created an entirely new plan based on incorporating all the feedback that you had. And when we presented that to the city staff, we said, listen, we don't want to move forward with a new plan if you're not going to support it. And so we met with them in January by Zoom. We met with them in person in February, and all the feedback they gave us was very, very positive. And then for the last month, all of the phone calls and emails that we've sent to the city staff have gone unanswered. And we were very clear that we want your support. And so we're not going to go down this road if it's something that you won't support. And they gave us positive feedback and then nothing. And then obviously, they shared with us their comments here. And so, the only ask that I would have for homeowners that are trying to do right by the city and make a significant investment in a property that everybody in the community can be proud of, please give us more feedback. We cannot read your mind. We need help if what we're presenting to you is not acceptable. I think the one other thing I would say, and it's a big challenge that we struggle with is, 56 Moore Street, which you saw earlier tonight, not rated. Our property is also not rated, and you granted the addition of another story. So you're granting an addition in the same meeting where you're saying, well, we have real concerns about the raising. And so all of the examples around the city, at least to me as the homeowner, even to Mr. Favor, the architect, seem to contradict each other. And so it's very hard for us to really understand what is it that we could bring to you that would be acceptable. So my only ask is, if you could put yourself in my shoes for a minute as the homeowner that's trying to create a project that you guys are proud of, it's very, very difficult when we don't get anything back.
Mr. Whitty? All right, public discussion is now closed. I'll open it up for board discussion or to vote.
Well, I'll start. Can you put it on sheet A501E? A couple of things. One, I want to compliment Mr. Favor. I know he's done a lot of work. This is an extremely complicated program. But, there are a couple of things that were said. I just want to clarify. The only use you can have on the ground floor, whether you raise it or not, is commercial. So it's not an either or about whether or not you have a store there. You cannot have residential on the ground floor, so it can only be commercial use. So I don't want this to be about either or. And I do think, you know where I'm going with this, but I do think you can get a FEMA variance. And the reason I want you to look at this is because I understand why the board denied this before. The character of this building is that it's a two-story building, and you're essentially adding a third floor. It's interesting that you brought up 56 Morris, because I was thinking maybe as a compromise or some sort of addition. I would be okay with a much taller building along Elizabeth. It wouldn't be, even though it's technically an addition, it would need to be subordinate because it wouldn't read as an addition. It would read as another building on Elizabeth Street. And I'd be personally fine with the height. I'm trying to solve the problem that you've gone through. But I mean, I look at that, and then you go a couple more sheets ahead. And again, the design looks great. And, I think that's why the neighborhood's like, yeah, look, not that one. Sure, it looks great. There's nothing wrong with that. It's well done, like Mr. Favor always does. But that is a significant change to how this building has always been. It's never looked like that. If he was proposing a brand new building like that, we wouldn't take any time. We'd just approve it. It'd be great. But the fact that it historically has been two-story, a corner store, and it goes to that, I just can't. It's hard for me to support it. So I understand that you're frustrated. Sounds like Eddie's frustrated and get, the staff comment didn't go as well. I get all of that, but from my side, it's just hard for me. You're essentially adding a third floor. You can get a FEMA variance on. I feel confident. If you go, and I hate to ask you to do more work, so I've done a lot of work. If you go through the process and you cannot get a FEMA variance, then maybe that's something else. But it's been a commercial use as long as I remember that site. I don't know if it's still occupied, but it's commercial use now. Nothing's really changed. I get 50%, but you just get the variance. So I don't know. It's just hard for me to reconcile changing the character of that building. That's all. I think, just as an aside, just to help you a little bit, Eddie, I think the work you've done, I like the hyphen. I think it's really well proportioned. I think I'm looking at the plan. I'm trying to solve it myself. It all works well to me, and it's just, basically adding a third floor to this, whether you call it raising it and put it on the bottom or you put it on the top, it's still a third floor. And it's just hard for me to support that.
I think what Eddie just said, and it's kind of interesting because you didn't have the luxury of seeing the previous review, but I think you have read all of that to perfection. And as Mr. Ransford said, it is complicated. It's complex. The owners want more out of this than it can give them. It would be a lot easier to say, we don't like this building, tear it down and build what we want. But you bought a historic building in a historic location. And to me, this is an unprecedented request with regard to a corner store building turning from a two-story building into a three-story building. It's not a raising. We just have to call it what it is. And I'm sorry, there's a technicality involved. But changing the material of the existing first floor from wood to masonry, adding another floor, and then taking the existing second floor to the third floor. That's not always a bad thing, but the context within this location, and Michael, I think we can all read those documents differently, but I don't read the documents that we're charged with adhering to the way you do. That doesn't allow me to say yes to this proposal, because I think if I said yes to the proposal, to Eddie's point, I think what we're looking at as a new building would be approved. I have no qualms about saying we would approve that building if it were a vacant lot on that corner. I don't think the charge that we're given and reading the law and the ordinance the way I read it allows me to say yes to a three-story building on the corner. In summary of all that, I think you have made great strides moving forward while ignoring a key point of the previous review. I would like to think that moving forward, there is a new construction element on either Henrietta or Elizabeth, perhaps where your Elizabeth new construction element is, that could begin to occupy that bad rear addition, get you more height, and perhaps respect the existing two-story volume that has not always been there, but it's been there as long as something has been built here. At least to the knowledge that we have. We don't have any knowledge in front of us. It says a three-story building was here until 1890, it burned down, and then this got built. I think that is how I have to interpret what we're looking at. And I will say, I encourage a young family to live on this corner and to be here and to do what allows them to live in a building here. I just don't think we're there yet, but I personally see a path that would allow you to get there. We as a board, or myself as a board member for 9 more months, I feel like I have to read these ordinances and interpret them to my best ability. And that's all I can do. If I don't, I'm in violation of our charge.
Go back to what Eddie opened with, and which was, I think, the same issue that this was before, and that was that adding a story, regardless of how you phrase it, it's adding a third story to a two-story historic structure, and I find that very difficult. It also violates Department of Interior guidelines. Adding an additional story to a historic structure is under the Department of Interior guidelines, is discouraged when it is absolutely necessary. It is to be subordinate, as small as possible, pulled back from the faces of the structure. And what we have here, I think, is clearly it's a third story, two-story building turned into a third-story building with the third story. Believe me, I like the design just like everybody else. There is nothing wrong with the design. It's very nice. But it is a third story added to a two-story building that pretends to have been there forever. And I find that to violate the Department of Interior. So I think there is, as Lynn said, I think there are ways to get the additional square footage that would work, whether it's on Harriet or Elizabeth Street. I think some separation with well-designed hyphens for communication inside the building might achieve it. But I do feel like adding a third story to this building, however you phrase it, pretty dramatically goes against what we are mandated and the guidelines we're mandated to follow.
Yeah,
intersection of a lot of complicated issues and it's ongoing, raising historic structures out of flood. And I think you guys did make a very salient presentation. And, you know, when you look at something and you say, okay, well, let's just say this building was there and we need to raise it up out of flood, which this board is now has a policy on, and we've been raising structures all around. But again, to the caveat that they're raised no higher than they need to be raised. So we're talking about an extra, couple of feet here. And then the other issue of being the loss of their corner store facade presence. So granted, and to everybody's point here, if this had come in as basically the two-story building, I think we would have been at home. But I will say, I think it's a salient discussion points that you made, because started to look at this and said, okay, well, all right, let's just say that this did not have the storefront at all. Then you came in to raise it, okay? That's, you know, and that's by nature of what we've been doing lately, what we've been improving, what we now have a policy statement on, that would happen. But we would all be bemoaning the loss of the corner store. Okay. So I get your point of saying, well, one of the things that raising it of the past where you're required to raise it is encouragement from us to want to and mandate to keep the corner storefront, but it's also an encouragement from us to try to retain the original form. Obviously, the easiest way to do that is to basically flood-proof as you're proposing, keep the storefront, but only have one level above that. I was hoping that in some form of a creative way, you could take the new addition and again, burden that with the extra square footage that your clients need for their program. And whether they're zoning issues or like that, they're problematic for that scenario. Like you're kind of caught in a vice. I can see the reasoning both ways, and that's why I'm really struggling in a way with what's going on. Obviously, I would have to defer to what I believe our charge is. Anyway. I do think as a board, there's a reason that we're here. This stuff was all just yes or no, cut and dry. Maybe we would burn it, just be an approval. There are different extenuating conditions and circumstances on every project. This is one of them. This is probably one of the more extenuating we've had to look at in a long time. I'm extremely torn, candidly, because I can see both sides. I can see both sides, and both sides have very logical, reasonable points. So it's personally, and I will say too that I believe the design solutions that you present are very good design solutions. And that's the only thing I would ask would be if there's any way possible to potentially, again, program more of the spaces that you need into more of the addition area, way that sort of serves this form. That would be, to me, the ultimate win in this whole thing. I can ask you a question. I'm sure you've examined it. I know that zoning is an issue. You brought up the fact that zoning has a roadblock for you, but staff as well. I don't know. As architects coming up with projects, and so I say, well, we've got to get zoning approval first, and then we've got to hit the BAR. Zoning is an ordinance dry written ordinance. But it's, I'm having a hard time even wording it, so I'm not gonna speak a lot longer, but I'm caught in a dilemma because I'm gonna have to tilt to what I believe our charge is. But I don't even quite know what that is yet. And on that, maybe.
Bill,
Appreciate it.
I think that you and I may have been torn equally at the last meeting because I too see both sides. I see that is it an elevation just by a few more feet, or is it an addition of another story? This is really tough for me. I think one thing that is pulling me perhaps against what we're discussing as our charge as a board is the fact that, I know this is a member of the community that is attempting to retain a corner store that they don't necessarily have to retain. And I'm seeing neighborhood support, immense neighborhood support for it.
See, I don't think that's right. If they don't do anything, it's a corner store. If they add next to it, it's still a corner store. There's the only use you can have on that ground floor right now is commercial use. So you cannot, so that's what I get what you're saying, you're studying the floodproofing, but it cannot be used for anything but commercial right now on the ground floor. So it's not taking away a corner store. If and I'm like Bill, I'm sitting here trying to solve it, but in that version where you just raise the building 2 feet or 4 feet or whatever it is to get it out of flood, if I was on board, I would not support that, because then you are eliminating the corner store. And it's very important that we keep the diversity. We've lost too many buildings that fell into zoning where they were residentially zoned. They should have been stayed commercial. 80 Ashley Avenue is a perfect example. We need to have corner stores. We need this diversity of uses. We need all that, but it's not an either or. It's not, we're not talking about eliminating the corner store. We're talking about, I think it's adding a 3rd floor. You guys are lifting it up and putting one underneath, but it's the same difference. That to me is the essential issue.
I think
Anyway, sorry to cut you off.
one of my big issues last time, and I appreciate you extensively responding to that, was setting a precedent, which I was torn, and it made me feel better that if this was approved, it wouldn't be setting a precedent. And we really talked a lot about that. And I think, Bill, you really went into that at the last meeting, and I can understand why you went through the justifications for why it's not. So I'm really torn on this one. And I know that my fellow board members are not, and I hear you, but.
I remember there used to be board members and they would always famously say, nothing we do is ever a precedent. It used to drive me crazy, but that's why we have a board, and it's very contradictory, but I totally agree. It's not setting a precedent. Yeah, I'm completely agree with that.
I think it is extremely challenging when the image we're looking at in the presentation is prettier than what's there. I mean, that's what makes it difficult, is that the proportion is detailing of that building that you're proposing is a different animal from what is currently there. It's another story taller. It has a better presence on the streetscape. But that's the difference between preserving a historic building and building a new building that we're torn between here. Maybe my brain is just wired wrong, but I mean, if this were what I think is tried to be billed as, there needs to be a dividing line between floors 2 and 3, showing where the building used to be, and then setting back this new 3rd floor, because it is a new 3rd floor. I mean, that is what it is, and I that's not a bad thing. it's just a matter of, are we allowed, can this board approve
Kind
a
of
top floor?
what I was thinking. And so by fact that the building needs to be raised out of, okay, that's creating this whole issue. Second part of it is the fact that we want to see that corner storefront retained. Right?
Not a good corner storefront.
I think,
You're really not raising the
But
first
to
floor.
your point, you just rebuild that first floor. We're rebuilding the first floor.
picking it up and putting a new one under, you're adding one here, you're adding one here, whatever you want to call it.
Well, let's just say that it was being built to be flood proof. Would you be rebuilding that one anyway and leaving one on top?
Well, go back 2 slides or whatever. My issue, that one, that is the character of the building. And, you know, preservation is not a popularity contest. You know, everybody in the neighborhood loves this nice, brand new, big 3-story building, and I understand why they do. But if we go through what it's going to look prettier, that's not what preservation is, right? And so, and I know that's not what y'all are saying, I'm trying to, but it's not, yeah. I mean, it's not making it more attractive. I mean, we're losing Charleston. We're losing all the great funky old, you know, character defining buildings that we have. And this whole best part of that building is the fact that it's 2 stories and it's got a storefront. That's the character. You add a floor to it, the building's gone. Now, again, what Eddie did is beautiful, but it's not what's historically
So
been
would
there.
you say if you raised that out of flood?
Yeah.
But you're saying by nature of the fact that it's commercial. Ground floor, there's better capability to flood proof.
Flood proof or get a FEMA variance for that. I, you know, if this were a tax credit, if you were going through SHPO, there's no way they would let you add a 3rd floor to this. No way. I mean, that's complete. I know you went down your list, but that is completely in opposition to the Secretary's standards. So, yeah, to me, the compromise is, sorry, Eddie, yes, you can, I'll be quiet. To me, the compromise is to add more height somewhere else, whether it's an addition onto the top, similar to 56 or whatever, or in the center. You know, you got a lot of space there, and I get that you've got some zoning limitations with footprint, but take the cars out and put them somewhere else, and that whole ground floor is 6 feet up, and that's your square footage. You know, again, I'm trying to figure out how to solve it, but that to me is the compromise, that there's a little more height. I don't think you have to be subordinate if you do it well and you front the street. So anyway, I'll be quiet if you want. Do you have a question?
And I know it's out of a minute.
Yeah, he had a question.
Yes, please answer my question.
I still, again, respectfully, it is absolutely the intent that it was being raised. We weren't building something on top. And I think they're 2 entirely different things. If you build something on top, it's completely different. If you're raising that structure and putting a block flood-proofed element underneath it, essentially a whole new foundation, you're not putting a 3rd floor. So I think they're 2 entirely different things. The other thing is that the historic nature of the property, again, our drawings show it again.
And this way more beautiful than what it is. And to anybody that's been by it, there's nothing beautiful about it. Now, I will agree that if somebody says that I don't care if this was built in 1980, I just want that on it, that's your argument. But there's no other thing about this that merits. And again, it's as respectful as I can be. And I'm trying, and I look from both sides of the table in 360. But that, if somebody says the form, fine. But because of this, and the way to preserve that element of that use is if it's raised or does nothing at all in the stays like that. So that's where we go.
I think, Eddie, the challenge is that we've never seen a building raised, unless I'm wrong, unless I was absent. We've never seen a building raised where floor 1 didn't become floor 2. And in this case, floor 1 remains floor 1 because it's a storefront at the public realm level. And you're either creating a new floor 2 or a new floor 3, one of the 2. But you, otherwise, if you were raising floor 1, your storefront is 12 feet up.
Right, but that's what we were showing you in the studies, that that just makes no sense. So
Correct.
the mass of that element is, honest to God, totally the intent with its rate. And yes, you've never seen anything. We haven't either. And that's why we've been struggling with this challenge. And I don't mean to sound flippant, but I mean, that was it. There couldn't be more challenges with this property. And for that reason, we didn't think it was precedent set. And again, some of those photos that we showed, where they're these wonderful, even quirky elements of storefront, they're fantastic. This is not one of them. I mean, and if somebody wants to hang their hat on the form, I think that's absolutely fine. But just the rest of it, there's nothing about it. It's not context, it's not this, it's not contributing, it's not, I just, again, respectfully, it's very, very, very hard to wrap my head around it, believe me, wake up in the middle of the night trying to think about it. And last thing I want to say, and again, I don't mean to pull a 66 church, but I do think it's really inappropriate and a huge disservice to our clients, because we started immediately after that last meeting, before we did anything for this proposal. I insisted that we weren't going to spend a dime or draw a line on their behalf until we knew that there was some step forward to do. And with each of those steps, we did talk to staff and were encouraged and asked for feedback and got it and did it and had a meeting. Asked for comments prior to the meeting, hadn't heard anything. And so had no indication that they felt that way. And again, I understand everybody's busy. I understand staff needs like 10 million more hands and people, but it really does a disservice. I'm not aggravating myself, but for the clients, that's just entirely inappropriate.
I hear that. Staff is not the board. So they're.
I know, but when the owners and applicants are encouraged, work it out with staff, talk to staff, and it's not personal, but it's just the fact that when you do that, and because there's no way to talk to the board, which of course there shouldn't be, it's inappropriate, that you follow that direction, and staff may make a recommendation, y'all all disagree, but the encouragement we got, I'm not saying what the board said, but their comments were completely diametrically opposed to every meeting we had up until this point, was just unfortunate and inappropriate, I think, treatment.
I totally understand that, believe me. I will say that it would be tough no matter what. And I wasn't here last time, but the board denied it, regardless of the staff or whoever staff was, that said, yeah, it's probably going to be okay. I don't know, but if I was the one that denied it last time and you came back with kind of the same thing or slightly different, it would be really tough for me, regardless of what staff said, to, I mean, I see where it'd be an uphill battle either way, I guess is what I'm saying.
Right.
But I appreciate your frustration for sure.
Well, so. What were the zoning criteria you feel you've maxed out?
2% lot coverage.
Yeah. Yes. And just height, when we talk height with different things, and again, I know we probably shouldn't be doing dialogue, it's just that the consensus has always been as much as possible that something is differentiating or subordinate or something, so to have something significantly larger in the back, we get pushback on that too. So I think we're at an impasse, because again, we're just at a difficult spot, but again, I couldn't think of a more challenging.
Well, the subordinate rule has to do when you're adding to a building, typically at the rear, right? The important building is the historic one, so you want to make sure the new one doesn't take away from that. This is a different case. You're fronting two streets.
Right.
So if you had a taller building on Elizabeth Street, I'm just saying from my personal opinion, and even if some of it crept into, part of the existing as an addition, it was clearly different somehow. To me, that's completely appropriate. Because I know what you're going to come back with, if it goes the way I think it's going to go. I know it's going to look attractive and it's going to be well designed and fit in. And a tall building, other than that poor little guy there that we're seeing, the little dark one, a taller building would be fine. You all made a very good argument. A tall building on this corner is appropriate. I don't think it's bad to have a tall building, at the back half of this. I don't think that's bad. I just think that corner two-story presence is just hard for me to approve going away.
Dad, that's a question.
Okay, I was just gonna say, from a zoning standpoint, even with the 3-story build, we're in a 50-foot height district, just given everything. But I guess my point is, like, even with the 3 stories on the corner, we're still 18 feet below
Yeah.
the allowable height. And so I guess the point is, if we were to take, the existing building is more than half of the lot coverage we're allowed to have. You take the existing building and the piazza. So if we do try and push everything into an addition, that addition is probably going to be 3 stories, plus it has to be raised 6 feet above. So I mean, it's going to be a rocket ship in the air, just as a FYI.
It's a very complex problem to solve.
Good thing about it is complexity of deliberation. Actually, the project, in a way, does illustrate that it is quite an exceptional condition. Non-precedent setting potentially. I'm just throwing that out.
I would generally agree with that, but you know, they say, you know, say that every project is different and everything that this board does not set precedents. It's just not realistic. It does set precedents, and it makes it more difficult to sort of follow the rules the more times we go down that slippery slope. Now, that said, I agree that it's highly unusual. However, there are dozens and dozens of 2-story, maybe not dozens. There are a lot of 2-story storefront buildings in Charleston and every one of those is a potential. So I do think, even though this is quite unique, that it has the potential to, in a way, set a precedent that makes it more difficult for us to follow the guidelines. So and I am like everyone else here, and I think this is incredibly difficult, and I struggle with making a decision one way or the other because it's very easy to see both sides, but I do have to keep in mind what our ordinance says, what our guidelines are. Has to do.
I'm still
As
focused.
difficult as it is.
Mention it again, I think maybe perhaps overly I'm focused on setting a precedent, which I didn't want to do. And maybe one thing that is forcing me to be a little more torn is that I do think Eddie's drawing is much more attractive than the building actually is. And so I wonder, you know, for however many 2-story commercial structure corner stores there are like this, how many really are missing a lot of the original historic fabric, which narrows it even more. Eddie has drawn this beautiful little building and I've been by it multiple times now.
And I have too, and I agree that Eddie's drawing is way more attractive than the actual building. But it does have a presence as a 2-story building on that. And changing it to a 3-story building is a significant visual change, and reality does, you know, run against interior guidelines.
If it been built as a 3-story building, no one would question its appropriateness there. I mean, it would feel comfortable there if it had been built as a 3-story building. I would never make any bones about that.
And there are you know, numerous examples of 3-story corner store buildings. I mean, they're all over.
I think I continue to go back to not having seen an option that delineates the old two-story building from a new three-story building. And without that visual to even consider, I find it difficult to consider adding a top floor to the building or whatever, or wherever we're slotting a floor in. I'm not saying if that were in front of us, it would be an approval or a denial. I just think it is difficult to not have that information delineating old from new.
If there was a proposal, it wouldn't involve raising the building. You would need to retain the first and second floor, which means you need to flood that first floor as existing, right? And I don't know.
We're getting a FEMA variance for that commercial space that's existing to continue being a commercial space in the flood zone. Maybe that's a lot harder than it used to be, but it didn't used to be. Maybe that's part of the problem. It's very difficult.
I think as we're speaking, I'm moving towards allowing this because it won't set a precedent. And you're retaining the corner store, and I hear what you're saying. You've got to retain the corner store regardless. It's got to be a first floor commercial space, but I'm shifting on the side of that this is an elevation of a historic building.
Good, Bill.
Discussions.
Gonna move forward, we just gotta make a motion, we have to put something on the floor.
Discussion is stalled, so I think it is time for a motion. We have a motion on the floor for approval. Do I have a second?
I'll make a motion for denial. I guess so the motion fails.
Motion fails.
So I'll make a motion for denial of raising the building and deferral on the other elements.
We have a motion on the floor for denial. Denial of the raising of the building and deferral on the other elements. Do I have a second?
Second.
Put it to a vote. Bill? Glenn?
In favor?
Eddie? Fillmore?
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes against. We have 3 in favor and 2 opposed. The motion passes.
That was very difficult. Yeah, my emotions want to be revoked. Budget. Hopefully.
Okay, agenda, our last and final agenda item number 10. Mr. Gould, I know that went on and sometimes I cut you off, so if you need additional time.
I'm all right. Does anyone need a break before we?
It's just-
All right.
Talk fast, Andrew.
Frankie, if you'll, yes, hold 1 minute.
All right.
If Frankie.
Thought we had a pizza break.
Pizza
got here at my snacks and windows.
I asked for snacks.
I forgot it last night.
Okay.
It's not late at all.
114 Cannon Street,
Yes.
and 219 Ashland Avenue.
Request conceptual approval for a minor alteration to existing structure and the construction of 2 new dwellings. This is the location on the corner of Cannon and Ashley. The existing site.
Story, corner store.
Some context photos of Cannon Street, Ashley. And a sandboard map showing the progression of the site. And with that, I will turn. Just let me know when you want me to flip.
So all of you but Eddie, you saw this in January, so I'm gonna make this a little abbreviated in terms of the textual stuff. Anyway, we've got the arbor shop structure here and we're making to that structure. Go on to the next slide. It's got this little 1-story structure with a collapsed roof on the left. We're basically just going to restore that. Back, this parking lot is where we're going to build houses. Go on to the next slide. A view from across the street. Avenue at that lot. I'll just remind you that even though the barber shop and that parking lot are one lot of record, it has 2 addresses. That lot has an address and it has an Ashley Avenue address. And when the neighborhood was originally platted in the 19th century, it was meant to be 2 lots. A residential lot facing Ashley, but the grocer who built this commercial building bought both lots and used that as a, so that's why no historic house ever got built there. So its own address and we're treating it as its own. So very little has changed since you saw it last. All of the comments before related to architectural details. And I was hoping you'd see this promptly after you last saw it, but then Eric Schultz decided he wanted it to get further with GRC approval before you saw it again. So it's been with you 6 weeks, but we seem to have gotten approval from DOT. With the tree, all of that seems to have been settled, so it really didn't have any site plan. In response to board comments that they wanted to see more site plan detail, I've indicated the area that we're putting in pavers for the cars to park and to maneuver, where we're putting a tree, where trash cans are going. So slide. Post here, next slide. It is covered. The main difference here, Livingston, 8 over 8 windows, in response to comments. Next slide. And then here you can see both of the new houses. Housing ensemble, this is the sort of internal elevation facing into the parking court. Comments related to sort of stylistically unifying. That in more detail. Next slide. This is all for the existing building. There's no changes, and the design for the frontage wall. Go to the next slide. There. Next slide. So I'll talk about the changes to this building, to Unit B. There was a comment, well, there were two comments that the windows ought to be narrower and dormer. Those relating to the iron balustrade, which I'm going to using some rather special details here with just all that at the previous meeting. Had a bunch of precedent images for it, but all that, you know. Porch side facing south. Again. There was another board comment to add. Next slide. All right, and then the smaller building behind. The board comments on this were several. One comment was that the X balustrade was in this context, and asked to change it to straight pickets. I've done that. Another comment was that the sort of timber frame style diagonal brace was too rustic. Later, another comment was that the use of exposed rafter tails on this building seemed inconsistent with the I've done that. I've changed the eaves here. You can hardly tell in this drawing. Maybe go on to the next slide now. Change the eave details here to similar but not identical to the other buildings, so it complements it nicely. Porch eave there. Small window casing to the other building. Both buildings now have complementary passable detailing. All right. Next slide. Next one. Okay, so I'm just going to show a few that relate to these details. In trying to figure out what would be a nice bracket design for that, I thought of this building on Upper Ashley. It's one of the beautiful brackets. There are constructions that are made very much the way the canopy brackets and Piazza doors are made. It gives it a rather design and turned at 90 degrees, so it supports the canton porch. I think that works quite well. Side. And I want to talk mostly about the ironwork because I think that's the main point of contention remaining here. In New Orleans, it is common that even on wooden houses with wooden porches, you see cast iron balustrade. To own a wood building house in Charleston and see just how sensible that is in terms of safety and maintenance. And I've tried using this detail and I think it works really well. If you go on to the next slide. Example of a couple of houses in New Orleans, and you can see that by using a wooden top rail, iron bottom rail and iron balusters, you get a rather elegant presentation that integrates. Next slide. Porches, next one. I have used this myself in buildings that have been approved by this very board. It's at 131 Cannon Street. People react really positively to this. Everybody tells me it's the slide. So this is the particular iron baluster that I saw on passable and column design. Slide. I think you'll see here is a building on Smith Street that has this. On this building. This baluster has the same form to it, so I think it'll look like a very beautiful and deliberate complement between balustrade and. There are, of course, examples of porches in Charleston that have iron. It's got an iron balustrade. Next slide. And the next slide. And then all through the neighborhood, we have contemporary houses that do this sort of thing. Shapes in the ironwork, here we have. It's been approved on numerous contemporary style houses. I think I'll stop there. I'll have a few more things to say about that in response to comments. Up there for now.
Thank you. Do my fellow board members have any questions for the applicant? Do we have anyone speaking from the public?
Madam Chairman, fellow board members, my name is Marion Hawkins. I'm the president of Canberra Elliotburg Neighborhood Association. We work, well, our neighborhood is probably one of the highest concentrations of building projects going on in the city at this time and for the foreseeable future. We work really hard to recruit, to work with these projects to get good design that fits the neighborhood, respects the historic fabric. One thing we struggle with right now with all the development going on is we're seeing an uneven, I'm going to this in a related matter, we're seeing an uneven enforcement of the ordinance at this time. We're seeing things approved by staff, like we're a concrete pad for a parking area at 54 Cannon Street. You know, we've got great details in all these projects you look at that have brick and wonderful stone, but we had a concrete slab that was approved by staff, poured all over the whole entire, next to a 1800s building. We've got historic African-American storefronts, sweet shops throughout the neighborhood that are brick facades that've been there. They've been approved by staff to be painted. And so we're seeing an erosion of our historic fabric. And our neighborhood has incredible projects and the detailing. And one thing I'm concerned about is we also see that sometimes, well, we've seen too many boring, bland detail with under-detailed buildings. They're more transitional. They're not modern with great details, and they're not traditional with good details. They're bland, transitional. 66 Cannon's a pure example of this. It's just what's just finished. So this is the kind of development, if we show the slide of the project, this is the kind of development that we encourage and work with our different projects going out the city. We're also trying to encourage these additional structures, which this project will fill in a gap, a very important urban gap on Ashley Street. So we're fully in support of this. This is brought from the neighborhood, the developers and the applicants work with us throughout different phases. And it's been approved by an overwhelming majority through our neighborhood association. So I would encourage the board to accept the project with the details. The ironwork, I think, adds to it. It's been replicated before at 131 Cannon Street, and it's also shown throughout the city. So thank you for indulging me and appreciate your work.
There's no written comment, and I don't see anyone else from the public. So Frankie, if you'll give us any staff comments and recommendations, please.
I feel like applicant has addressed a lot of the previous staff comments, so I'm not going to read through them all. Observations, staff appreciates the alterations and the general direction of the submittal. Applicant has received the nod that the existing live oak will be taken down due to its height over the roadway, and that the relocated curb cut is permissible with SCDOT. And applicant has begun the TRC process and was by them to come to AR. Applicant has addressed staff comments which were adopted into the board's motion of January 7, with the exception of comments 8 and 9, which reference the cast iron and wooden railings. Has provided precedent images for this item. Only a few of them are from Charleston and were used as ornately, and where used as ornately as the proposed. The railings are fully cast iron or wood, not mixed, or are minimally visible from public rights of way. So staff does recommend simplifying the railings to one material. And the wall piercings are not typical of the area, and staff recommends a solid wall. Staff recommendation is conceptual approval and final review by staff.
Thank you. Andrew, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the staff comments or public comments?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I want to thank our neighborhood association president. You know, that indeed we have a lot of new buildings in the neighborhood that are bland and lack any character, defining details. And in my work, I try to make sure that a new building will have details you'll remember, that it contributes to the street, that it's not just background buildings. And these iron railings are an example of that, because of course I'm not trying to just make a copy of 19th century Charleston architecture here. If I wanted to just design another single house that looked like an 1890 single house, I could easily do that, but that is emphatically not my goal. I like to I specialize in traditional design, but that doesn't mean I'm specializing in copying old buildings. Design new buildings that are distinctive as new in a traditional language. And I showed those examples of contemporary style buildings in the neighborhood with their iron railings, because it goes to show that this board quite rightly is pretty lenient about allowing sort of non-historic Charleston details on new structures. And I think it's clear that if I came in here proposing to build a modernistic style house that had a hybrid wood and iron railing in a modernistic style, you know, they'd say, you know, sure, it's a modern building, anything goes if it looks good. So I don't, philosophically, I would like to ask the board to understand that the same artistic leniency to apply to a contemporary traditional style building. That just because I've chosen to work in a traditional classical idiom does not mean I must be held to a standard that every detail I use must be exactly like you'd see on any 1890s house in Charleston. It's not a standard you'd enforce if I'm a modernistic style building, so it's not a standard that needs to be enforced if I'm doing a classical style. So I think that iron railing should be evaluated on its own merit, both from a sort of maintenance and safety standpoint, which I bring up because that's a big deal. I mean, even though I've only been designing buildings for like 15 years, even buildings I've designed have had the railing fail from rot, and it becomes a safety issue. So, you know, I actually think using welded iron railing assembly that's not going to rot and it's not getting matter. And of course, it should also be evaluated on its aesthetics. And I think I've proven with these precedent images that these railings created into a wooden porch. The other staff comment is puzzling me a bit because I believe that's referring to the brick frontage wall. And that comment was in the staff comments the last time around, but it was not adopted by the board motion. Mr. Gordon's request to sit like the pierced wall. So because I did not anticipate that being an issue any further, I didn't address that in my slides. But just to show you briefly that wall design I did is based upon this wall at the corner of Fishburne and Rutledge. It's almost that exact design. It looks quite nice, and there are in fact pierced brick walls all up and down Ashley Avenue. So I think that's appropriate in terms of neighborhood character. I can talk about that further if you're interested.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
May I ask staff, as we get started discussing, can we go back to the detailing
Now
of
I'll
the?
open it up for board
Oh, I'm
discussion.
sorry. Sorry.
You may speak.
Just Andrew's drawing with the railing. Sorry. Just trying to be efficient.
Could be really efficient on this one if you want me to be. Are you gonna say something?
By saying I'm not, I don't agree with staff comments about the railing. I would be okay with I think it's a nice detail. And I like the precedent images that were shown. I'm saying precedent too much tonight. It's gonna be my word.
And I agree with staff's comment in that this detail is not a typical Charleston detail in most respects. But it, I think, is a successful detail. And I think it is attractive. I mean, Mr. Gould normally presents us with attractive, well thought out details. And I think this is completely appropriate here.
I agree, and I'll say the one thing about it's not your typical Charleston detail because this is a new house. Right. That even is just one indicator, right? I think it's really cool. I think it's thought out well. It's a good design.
Both is moving forward.
So just to give a quick little speech, great job. I like your rebuttal, even though we didn't need one. I will say, and our office is in that neighborhood, and it's a very, and I say this every time I present something out there, it's a very eclectic, very diverse neighborhood. I think almost anything goes if it's done really well. What's been designed is done really well, as most of the stuff I've seen. I need to walk by there by 131 Cannon. I need to walk down there because those look fantastic. And so I don't think everything has to be this perfect little wood. Everything doesn't have to match. So, and not knocking staff, but just do it well. Just do something good. And it shouldn't even be discussed. I mean, a perforated wall, that's great. Who cares if there's not one in Charleston? If it's done well, the proportions are right. It's not like you're asking to put vinyl siding up or something, something that's really out of character or really poorly conceived. So that was my little speech. I probably won't be here next time, but I commend the architect for doing a great job. And I think your discussion about contemporary buildings get to use this. Why can't I do it on this one? It's right on, so unless Fillmore wants to say anything, I'm gonna make a motion.
No, I was just gonna say I like the railings that Charleston is notorious, is well known for historically for its ironwork, and it doesn't mean that ironwork has to be static. Really appreciate Mr. Gould's designing new buildings in a more classical style with beautiful.
Yes, and exactly. I mean, these are well done, well designed. I know you want me to go ahead and make my motion. I will, but yeah, it needs to be said. We don't see this that often, and he should get some credit for it. I am going to make a motion for final approval, no staff review, final approval. He's got all he needs, so you can go theoretically get a permit tomorrow.
All right, get a motion on the floor for final approval. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Have to do a vote, Bill?
Eddie?
Yeah, in favor.
Yeah, in favor.
Majority and the motion passes.
Chairman, motion to adjourn.
Yes, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed?
I do think.
You already voted in favor, you can't vote twice.
I can vote twice.
I'm gonna sleep the bag out back for you, buddy. So I think we